Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
3, 2, 1. Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Pour remporter une nouvelle fois ici à Chamonix.
Fantastica!
And a beautiful victory!
Et les larmes de joie et de bonheur.
Going through the crowd.
Je voulais juste vous exprimer notre plaisir et notre joie de pouvoir passer aussi nombreux sur un aussi beau port. Vous êtes dans un endroit tellement méditerranéen avec le vieux port, la mer, etc. sur cette belle ville de Mont-Blanc, capitale du citron, si j'ai bien compris. Donc, sincèrement, vous allez rencontrer vous allez monter sur un balcon et vous allez être à la fois dans la montagne, mais en balcon au-dessus de la mer. Je crois que c'est l'un des plus beaux parcours de cette épreuve.
Good morning everyone. Well, it looks like I did it again and I started commenting with the mute button on. My bad. Welcome to Menton here on this beautiful coastline of the south of France. As I was telling you, the course is actually entirely different from what we are used to having in the races by UTMB. You usually have the 100 mile, and then the 100K is the back end of the 100 mile, and then the 50K is the back end of the 100 mile and the 100K. Well, this 50K is entirely different altogether, and it will run from Menton all the way to Nice. So from like it was going to go westbound, and we are in with beautiful weather just like we had yesterday. And already this morning the 100 kilometer started as well. And so today we will be following all three distances: the 100 miles that started yesterday and that we already followed together, the 100K as well as the 100 mile. And here we go. So it's going to start with already a solid climb up to Col du Berceau, and then down the valley, and then right across to Saint-Agne. And then up to Cime de Baudon, Col de la Madone. And then that gradual long downhill, Pont des Demoiselles, and then carry on with a tiny bit of a kick back up to Fol de la Revère. And finally, Montleuze, which is going to be the final big climb before going down, and that downhill is actually shared between all races from Col des Quatre Chemins all the way down and then across the city to make it to the finish line on the Nice Promenade des Anglais. So as I was saying, from east to west, as opposed to from north to south for the 100 miles and the 100K. If you're joining us now, welcome to the live. Like I said, we're going to be following all three distances, so it's going to be quite exciting to follow all these runners, knowing that without taking anything away from the 100 miles and the 50K, but where it's really at, and we definitely have the deepest field, is going to be in the 100K, because they're both a qualifier for CCC next year, as well as hold 2 golden ticket for Western States. Kim Schreiber right there on your screen. We were hoping to see her, but we're not too sure that she's actually participating in the race today. So we're going to have to wait and see, but we have doubts. Marine Quintin, we're used to seeing that smile and pretty good performances as well on the 50K distance usually, and it's Lena Lochner following up from Germany. There we go. That completes that top 3 that we anticipate to do very well in this race. And she has scored like a pretty solid place in Istria and the Davos Trail, X-Trail. And as we saw in the images, if you guys are familiar with faces, we also saw at the start Jess, Jim Walmsley's wife, who will also be running the 50K, while Jim has started this morning in the 100K. So sometimes couples help each other out. One is racing and one is crewing. Well, today they will both be racing and meet up at the finish line whenever they make it. So waiting for the male top runners to announce here in the Adidas T-Rex. You get Hugo Deck as well, the young Frenchman who won the 100 mile last year. So he's stepped down in distance. I think it's Andreas Rieder running for Brooks. Also on the line we have Davide Shiraz from Italy. And yeah, there he is, Alvaro Gomez, also with that pretty sick haircut, running for Brooks. And here, Christian Jones, who won the Mozart 100, which admittedly is a much faster course than today. So we'll see how he handles the actual elevation gain and loss, although there's going to be just a little less technical, let's say. Hugo Deck, as we were talking about him, the young runner from Team Adidas T-Rex, is back and probably hoping to back up a second win in a different distance here in Nice. That was his kind of breakthrough race. And then Davide Shiraz, who also will be one of the strong contenders here at this 50K. Well, it's a 50K category, but it's 62K and 3,300 meters of elevation gain, so it's no small feat.
Pour le moment, parce que vague 2 et 3, on fera après. Alors pour honorer les dames, parce qu'on adore le portion, le quantité des dames qui viennent faire nos courses, sur le compte de 3, dans les élites et le vague 1, tous les messieurs, s'il vous plaît, vous allez les mettre à genoux. Ok, sur le compte de 3. 1, 2, 3, tous les messieurs, all the gentlemen down on one knee. Tous les messieurs à genoux. Dans le vague élite et le vague 1, tous les messieurs à genoux. À genoux les messieurs. Tous les messieurs à genoux, on laisse les dames devant.
And there she is, right in the middle with the light green t-shirt. Jess, that we're familiar to seeing, usually on the sidelines crewing for Jim. She will be racing today. She's a strong runner, in like similar, let's say, scenario as, for example, Hayden Hawkes with Ashley, who's also a very strong runner. So some pro athletes also have spouses, wives that are also strong runners and a little bit in their shadows, but also deserve a lot of recognition. So hopefully we'll see Jess doing well today.
On va se faire dépasser.
And less than 2 minutes before the start. And I think, yeah, I won't wait before I give you the wrong information, but I think I'm seeing like more familiar faces here on that start line. Like Joseph Asedou, who had done well last year at the Wildstrubel by UTMB. She had scored a podium on the 50K, so that will be a good distance for her. And I don't know if you can hear at home the ambient sound of the start line. There we go, here on your screen, Alvaro Gomez, Brooks runner. That's it, they're going in their zone.
Okay, everybody, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off, ladies and gentlemen, right on time. And this is a fast start for Jessica. The women's are taking it out hard on those first 100 meters. Good for them. We love it. And I'm checking in also with you all. Yeah, Bernhard, welcome to the live. Welcome everyone. Sven, yes, there is a coverage of the 100K, but the start was way earlier this morning, and so we will have a replay of that. So we'll keep you updated, but during the day we'll be covering the 50K, the 100K, and the 100 miles that started yesterday. So don't worry, we'll be there. We'll be covering everything. We have split our team between all the runners, and there we go. It's quieting down a little bit in the women's field, and then in the men's, there you go. Those gentlemen are slowly taking the front position. And it's always tricky at the start. You're wanting to go. You've been tapering for usually about a week, and so you don't want to go too crazy. And it looks like it's another Adidas runner that's taking the lead. Hugo Deck is slightly behind. So I'm gonna keep. This is Armand Jaurès, who I believe lives close to Chamonix. And Armand is always racing just around that 50k distance, between marathon distance and 50k, so he'll have the speed in the legs. But I believe compared to other runners that are in this field, he might be overreaching a little bit. We shall see how it goes. Time will tell. We've seen yesterday Roberto Mastrotto from Italy take it out extremely hard and then eventually fading. He's still holding on to top 10, but certainly paying the price for a start that was perhaps a little bit too aggressive. And look at those images. It is absolutely stunning morning here in Menton. And all the runners are slowly making their way out of the town and into the nearest mountains. And as you were asking, I'm going to give you a little bit of an update on the 100K. No, Sven, just to respond to you, no, we don't really know what happened to Jérôme van der Schreck. He was coming back last night before we stopped the live, and then during the night we saw him still holding on, and then this morning it looks like he disappeared from the rankings and DNF'd, but we don't actually have an update on it as per why he had to drop out. So hopefully everything is all right. So that's on in the 100-mile race. In the 100K, no surprise there. At 8.7 miles, it was actually Théo Détienne who was in the lead, but like within a second. They were together running side by side with Jim Walmsley, and then a minute back was Thibaut Barognan, another 30-second back was Simon Gosselin. So no surprise. This is exactly what we were expecting. Philippe Auserhofer just another 15 seconds back from Thibaut. To get just ahead of Simon Gosselin. So they're all like in a nutshell, with Zanzepik as well from Slovenia. So all in a group, taking their time, not getting too excited at the start, which is a very smart move. And then in she was in 8th position, Eleanor Davis, that we believe will, I believe, that's just my personal opinion, will absolutely smash this race. She is one whole level above the rest of the field. So I would say if her goal is to get her ticket for UTMB final next year, as well as possibly scoring a golden ticket for Western States 2024, then I would really say all she has to do is pace herself, enjoy the day, enjoy the views, and just stay in control, not take any risks, and she will, quote unquote, easily, because it's never easy to run 100K, but considering her level of fitness, I believe she could, without trying too hard, bring it home, secure those two, and finish the season with all the cards in hand for the 2024 season. So we'll see if that turns out to be true, because more often than not, I am wrong. But right behind her, already after 8.7 miles, she was 5 minutes ahead of second place, and then another 8 minutes ahead of third place. And these two ladies, Marjorie Cannon and Julia Vinco, are both very strong runners, but not quite to the level, to the international level of Eleanor Davis. So that's it for the quick recap of what's been happening since the start this morning. It was a bit delayed. I think they started at 6:10 a.m. local time. And look at this, they're starting to weave through first a little bit of a city park before carrying on further away from the sea. And the group, slowly but surely, is coming together. Well, Bernard, I would have put the same bet on Meg, except that I don't think Meg has started this morning. After talking with her recently, I am not sure she was ready to pin another number so soon in a healthy way. So we'll see. But yeah, I was when I saw Meg on the start line, I was really excited, and then I was like, I'm not sure that's actually gonna happen. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But I don't see her in the start. So I think my assumption last night was about right, and she won't be racing today, unfortunately. So there you go. Things have settled a little bit. Cars are driving pretty close to those runners. They indeed better stay on the sidewalk. And now switch of runners. Hugo Deck has chosen to start setting the pace still early on, as much as the 50K can go pretty quick for those athletes. It is important not to run with your ego too early. And there you go. Now they have to make their way around the cars coming in the opposite direction. Hopefully no tight corners. Or else that's going to be a camera runner who will be first to take a hit. And we have our locals kind of pointing at the sidewalk for all our runners to safely make their way out of Menton-Saint-Bernard. Very different place. See I'm being influenced by the reference up in the mountains. And there we go. So Hugo Deck, we're familiar with seeing him up at the front in the early hours of the race. He always takes it out hard. He runs with his heart. Hopefully he won't get too carried away with last year's win in mind, wanting to reproduce that. Every year is different, and you always have to play with the fitness of the day and all that. And like I said, at the start, it's always important to kind of check in with yourself, see where you're at, see what's happening, and even gauge your competition. You stay at the back, you look at people, you look at who's climbing well, who's running well on the flat, or who's running well on the down. Maybe you come out of the pack once, put a little surge, see who's actually capable of following up. When you are the strongest on the day, this is what you can do. to kind of gauge your competition and know beforehand how the race is going to play out. That's when you're confident. You're not leading. You let all the people do the work, and you just sit there. And I think one of the best runner at this game was Kilian Jornet. I know for a fact that Ruth Croft was playing like this both times she won the Mont-Blanc Marathon. It was a few years back already. Teammate of Hugo Deg for Adidas Terex. And once again, kudos to our camera runners, because as we were saying yesterday with Corinne Malcolm, my co-host here on the UTMB World Series, the shorter the distance, the harder it is for our camera runners to be able to keep up and hold on with the top men and top women to offer you those images. So usually they take turns. Obviously, they don't run the whole race on their own. But they are world class nonetheless. And so, quick check on the chat. So, for the 100K, let me look on the planning. I think around 10:30 a.m. is when we're gonna start seeing images of the 100K. Obviously, I'll give you updates on what's happening and all the details we're getting from the field. Yeah, Jean-Yves, to answer your question, why the 100K live ranking, all the top 10 are marked as first, because we've decided that all runners were absolute champions. So it's like, all right, we're just going to give them all the number one ranking. It's like, okay, therefore, there's no jealousy, there's no ego. It's just all, hey, you guys are all winners. But all joking aside, I think Sven's assumption is pretty accurate. They just had not gone through the mat. And therefore, there was no ranking after just that, or simply a little problem in the system, which also occurs. But they're within minutes of each other. And actually, one way to kind of figure out where they're at is you don't look at the ranking, but you look at the last point. A little bit on the right past their age category, and you see the location, and below you see the local time at which they went through, and then the elapsed racing time. And so by looking at those times, you can then set who went through that checkpoint first, and you can kind of guesstimate their ranking from there. And Sven, to apply to be a camera runner, actually, that's a very good question. I'm gonna get you guys an email, because the UTMB World Series is growing and growing, and actually, I'm pretty sure the need for camera runners is gonna become bigger and bigger. And so, if you feel like you have what it takes, why not? Why not send us an email and have a trial? I don't know how we're gonna figure out how we can. Recruit new camera runners, but if some people are keen, well, we love the family, so you guys are welcome. But look at this. Like, speaking of camera runner, he is climbing just as fast as the men's leader, still aiming bang on the runners, making his way up the hill, making sure he's not in their way. It does require some solid skills when you keep aiming on each turn, And there we go. A little bit of information that is new this year. The course profile with different gradients per section. But the numbers, usually the kilometers, they are not accurate in this case because this is not the 36 kilometer yet. So whether this is the numbers that are wrong or you're pulling out the graphic from the 100K, I am not too sure. And it's interesting, Hugo Deck's running motion, it almost feels like his, you know how you say speed walking, with like knees staying down and the hip really making a whole lot of work and a whole lot of motion. I mean, clearly moving way faster than the walkers, but yeah, that's... I had actually never had the chance to see him race from close up. And it feels like the right knee even is bending on the lateral side. I mean, I am by no means a biomechanics expert, but that is a bit unusual, I would say. And they keep climbing, and they're going to be climbing for a whole lot of time, for about 8 kilometers to one of the highest, probably the second highest peak in the race, before dropping down to Col Saint-Bernard. And there we go. As you see, they take relays, and we have switched onto another camera runner as they branch into that single track. They are now on trails after a little bit of a warm-up already on the road. And things are getting a little more serious here with steeper gradient, and yet they are still not breaking into power walking motion, should I say yet. It has still yet to be determined, as we are quickly moving back and forth with the start, because there's several waves for this 100K, for the 50K, sorry, the 50K start, because as you can see now, they're branching into a single track, and so they want to spread out the runners over 3 waves, so there's no bottleneck, there's no getting stuck behind your competition. So obviously the 3 waves have been determined by the athlete's level or UTMB index. So whoever wanted to be competitive was just placed in the first wave, and whoever was there to compete but not at such level then had their chance to be in the second or third wave. So pretty easy, pretty straightforward. And so far Hugo Deck is taking it out hard to lead that 50K. But just as a comparison, last year in the 100 miles, Hugo Deck had started a bit more conservatively. At the first aid station, he was 15th, then second when he was 9th, and then 6th, and then some 37 Ks into the race has moved into second, and it was only at the 50K that he had managed to move onto first place that then he held on to for the whole way. And here, if I'm not mistaken, we are... No, I am mistaken, so I'm not going to even have an attempt at a name.
Juste derrière moi, j'ai pas mis de 10. Ah ouais, je suis plus dans son but.
I believe that is Marine Quintard. Haha, bang on. Perfect. I still know what I'm talking about. It took me a while to recognized, and she's looking very good, taking along, transitioning into running whenever she can. Oh, and there we go. And this is Jess here pulling out the poles. It's good to see Americans making good use of poles. She's lived in Ariège-Beaufort for long enough to know when to get them out and to make good use of them. And with a 62K and 3,300 meters of elevation gain, the poles are certainly a good option. And it's good to see her well aware of that and already taking advantage of them, while we see Hugo Deck on the right-hand side of your screen having chosen not to take any poles and therefore transitioning into power hiking. Second wave of the 50K is now off as well, some 20 minutes later. And it looks as though there's only going to be 2 waves for that 50K.
Ok, je reste comme ça.
So there again, together, neck to neck, the 2 leaders, Marine Quintard and Jessica Brazo, making their way up onto the highest summit. I want to say the first of 2 main climbs before a long gradual downhill with a few bumps along the way, but essentially from kilometer 25 it's all downhill trend to the finish in Nice. And both runners at the minute look extremely strong, which is going to give us a really cool race. This is exactly what we're looking for, we're waiting for, and Hugo Deck has been reeled in. And it's Andreas Rieder here that we see in 4th position with the poles. And again, I really believe that that's going to be a solid advantage here. 3,300 meters. This is a point-to-point race. So this is, yeah, that's going to make such a difference. And I'm actually unsure, especially with that other runner who has poles but hasn't pulled them out yet. I mean, like, now's the time, buddy. Now's the time. While Hugo Deck and Gregory Basilico have actually chosen not to take poles altogether. So then there is absolutely no option. It's just on, and you try to run as much as you can. Actually, I might be wrong here, especially without poles. That would make sense. This, I might have confused him because there was the Hoka kit, but it must be Christian Jones from Great Britain. So to be confirmed, and if in the chat you actually could identify whether that was Gregory or Christian, let me know. Jean-Yves, if Jess is running, who's crewing Jim? That's a very good question, and we're going to see that later on as we'll have images of the 100K. And then Sven, no. So for the top 3 finish, male and female, they get the automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final in the corresponding distance. Therefore, in the 100K, that's for CCC. Here in the 50K, that's going to be for OCC. In the 100 miles, it's going to be for UTMB. So speaking about the 100K, the top 3 will get their entry into CCC next year. Automatic, so guaranteed bib number. The other runners will get 3 running stones, all the finishers, and it's only the top 2 runners, male and female, who will get a golden ticket for Western States. That being said, if let's say the second runner chooses not to take it, they say like, no, I'm not interested in running Western States next year, then it rolls down to second and to third. And then third place could be like, yes, I'm taking it, or no, I'm not taking it. Then it rolls on to fourth. Fourth place can say, I'm taking it or I'm not taking it. And then it rolls on to fifth. However, if the 5th runner does not take it, then it's gone. It doesn't roll down indefinitely because they just want to keep a certain level of performance when it comes to runners joining Western States. So essentially, there's a roll that rolls down the golden ticket, but only until top 5. And as we see, the top male and female runners of this 50K on their way up to the first of 2 main climbs for the day. We have a quick commercial break coming up, so we'll leave you to it for probably a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back to carry on the live coverage of the 3 distance today for this Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The
Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Hey, we are back on that continuous first big climb in with the women's leader here once again from France, Marine Quinter, representing Team TSL. And most likely followed very closely by American runner Jessica Brazo. And back with the front runners here. And the poles are out. So it's a bit of a shift back and forth between the men and the women's. So that's a bit confusing, but Christian Jones here is with the singlet for Hoka, and Gregory Basilico. No, I think that's the opposite. I'm still getting confused, but Gregory Basilico is like Christian Jones. Let's put it simply, is a sub 29 10,000 meter runner. So the man has got wind, and those wheels will probably come into play in the very late stages of the race. There's about 10 kilometers on the back end of this 62K with just under 200 meters of elevation. So that's going to be an extremely fast one, and when you have such references, you can really do damage. However, Gregory Basilico is also around 30 minutes for 10K, so he will definitely also be able to run really fast at the Trail Alsace. He was mind-blowing on the 50K distance as well. Like, he had won by such a long shot, and he was moving really, really strong as well. So look out for these two. As soon as it's going to get a little flatter, a little faster. Again, it's a 62K, so you don't want to get ahead of yourself too early. But once these guys are going to get it on, it's going to be crazy. And I already feel for our camera runners. So here on the left, making a move and creeping up already through the men's is our woman leader coming from France, Marine Quinter. On the right-hand side, following that, what I believe is top 4 men, is Hugo Deck. And now we only have 3 left. And I believe these are actually the 2 Hoka runners, being Christian Jones and Gregory Basilico. on that slightly flatter section, although still climbing before transitioning in the big kick of the day with a 36% grade. That's going to be pushing hard on the poles or power hiking with hands on knees very soon. Yeah, and there is because I was telling you about the top 4, and I was wondering how all of a sudden they had branched, like transitioned into 3, so one runner had fallen down, but no. Right behind is Grégory Basilico, the Hoka runner with very strong references on the flat. He's just behind our camera runner, so he is nowhere near gone, and actually it's actually almost better for him to just stay behind, stay hidden, don't get too excited, especially on such gradient. You don't want to work too hard too early. And indeed, it's going to be an absolute stunning day here on the southern coast, like Côte d'Azur, and maybe a little on the hot side, actually. So we'll see how the runners actually manage that heat, and if they're trying to be smart and utilize the aid station and water to cool themselves down. We saw that even yesterday during the beginning of the 100 miles. Our third place at the time, female runner Hannah Dirksen, who was pouring water over herself, and it was still it was past 6 p.m. and it felt like she was still overheating, trying to cool herself down. So once again, in the lead is now Andreas Rieder from Austria, who's leading the pace and charging up that very steep part of that first climb, followed by Christian Jones from the UK, and then young Frenchman Hugo Deck, and right behind, that we don't quite see on the images, but he's right there, Grégory Basilico, who I believe, for the sake of the other runners, better be a little further back when it comes to the last 10 kilometers. Otherwise, he's going to be a serious contender for that last 10Ks out of this 62K and 3,300 meters of gain. And right now, they are in the midst of it. And there we go. You see that first climb. This is right where they are right now. Before, like, they have gone to the little flat. They are on the last kick up to Col du Berceau, and then that's going to gradual downhill across the valley to reach the peak of Saint-Agnès. There we go. And then keep climbing, and that's going to be the second climb of the day to get to the highest in Cime de Baudouin. And then Col de la Madone, Pont des Demoiselles. And that's going to be gradually downhill with a few kicks, like I was telling you, but already like the runners who have wheels, and speaking of them, like again, I will quote them, it will be both actually are representing Hoka, Christian Jones, and Grigori Basilico. These two can really do a lot of damage on the last part, and like right here, boom, they hit the coastline, and that's all flat for that last part, and that will be lethal for whoever has search references. Once again, Christian Jones sub 29 for 10,000 meters, and Grigori Basilico around the 30 minute mark for 10K as well. And in the women's, we have seen on the images Marine Quintard leading from France, followed very closely by Jessica Brasso from the USA. But we also had two female from Switzerland, Mélanie Delassois and Joséfa Sédou. Joséfa Sédou, who had kind of broken through the scene at Wildstrubel by UTMB last year, not the second edition that took place 2 weeks ago, but truly in 2022 when she was on the podium. There she is of the 50K. And already a quick recap of how those first few kilometers of the 50K have gone down. And quick read of the chat. Adam, thank you. I had enough sleep. I, however, has to stay up to watch the Rugby World Cup. The All Blacks were playing Italy, and what a game! That was a bit of a murder party, but really enjoyed that. So I had to cut short a little bit of my night just to watch the game, but well worth it. And then full swing this morning. The first 5 hours I'm going to be on my own with all of you, so it doesn't really feel like I'm going to be on my own. And then Corinne Malcolm will be joining me for the rest of the day, so you guys will be in good hands. And then, yes, indeed, right now the temperatures is lower than 25. It's announced about like 12, 15 degrees. So that's still very much enjoyable at this point. But the temperatures will 100% rise to higher temperatures later in the day. And Adam as well, indeed, there's going to be a whole lot of times where they're going to be able to look around with a 360 view. Both on the inland, looking at the mountains, and then looking onto the Mediterranean Sea and the coastline. And for the last part of the race, actually, they all branch into the exact same course: the 100K, the 100 mile, and the 50K. And you get onto that last bump. You overlook the whole city of Nice, and obviously the Promenade des Anglais, as well as the Mediterranean Sea. And yeah, we're super lucky today to have such stunning weather. Oh, and here's an update. I don't know if it's been there for a long time and I've missed it, but Laura Van Voren has now made the move on Yuri Yoshizumi, who has been in the lead of the 100 miles since the beginning, since they started at noon yesterday. And it looks like there's been a move. And just to answer your question, Mireia, like the live is exactly the same one to follow all 3 races. So for the live video, it is exactly the same feed. So that whatever you're watching right now, where you see our top female runner Marine Quinter from France running right now as I speak, this is the one and only live coverage, and we're going to be bouncing a bit from one race to the next between the 100 miles, the 100k, and right now the 50k. However, if you're looking to follow a specific runner, then I would invite you to go onto the live.utmb.world. And I'm actually going to try and give you the exact link on the chat. Here we go. And that is the platform. That is the UTMB.world platform where you can find the course profiles, the participants, the split times. Every information you could be looking for is available on this platform, so you can check it out at all time. You can, if you're following a specific runner, you can enter their name or bib number in the search bar. If you scroll down a little bit, and then you'll find them. You can favorite them as well. So then you have very quick access to their data at all times. I hope this helps. Yeah, so back on the 100 mile, especially with the women's race, let's have a little bit of an update, especially if you were with us yesterday and you followed the start of the 100 miler. Yuri Yoshizumi from Japan had, for her first attempt at a 100 mile race, had taken it out hard. She had gained experience over several 100K distances where she did extremely well. And therefore, she was probably very confident going into this, always in control. And Yuri Yoshizumi spent the whole night in the lead. However, in the early hours of the morning at the Livens aid station, 116 kilometers into the race and already close to 8,000 meters of climb, it's Laura Van Voren, who has been running in second the whole time, has made the move and is now running in first. And so it's hard to tell, actually, whether Laura Van Voren made a big push or if Yuri is actually fading, because there's already 11 minutes difference between the two runners, and Yuri looks like she's falling back. So possibly, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen next, but that's just an assumption that Ildiko Vermeer, who is also extremely strong and somebody who just never slow down. She has the experience on 200-mile races. Currently sitting in third, could very well excuse me, pass her as well. You have the contest on your screen. Take your phone out and then use this QR code, scan it, and you can win a pair of Hoka Tecton, a bib number for the race of your choice in the UTMB World Series, as well as discounts to buy energy products from NAC. So after this quick update in the 100-mile race in the women's, let's have a look at the men's. And also there's been changes, because Jonathan Moncani, who for a long time was in the lead, has now fallen down into 8th place. We were talking about this yesterday with Corinne, and usually we see the night reshuffle the deck a little bit, and the cards are not really in the same order. Gwendal Moison is in the lead, and actually with a substantial lead of 22 minutes over Guillaume Denef from Belgium, one that we were absolutely expecting to see in the top runners. However, the runners we were actually wondering about where he was sorry, I just got confused here. well, it is way too early to have such a brain fart, but I'm gonna make it work. And so, yeah. Yeah, from Belgium, it was Jérôme van der Scheeg, who were expecting in the top places at the start of the 100-miler yesterday at noon, but who ended up dropping out of the race. So hopefully everything is all right, but we can't quite tell what's happened with him. We also got the confirmation from Meg McKenzie that she is not running today on the 50K, and she had emailed the race, but apparently didn't hear anything back, hence why she was still on the start list. And yeah, if you're joining us today, this is we're 7Ks into the 62Ks. I don't know why there's a 65 or otherwise I was giving the wrong information, but to me it is 62 kilometers and 3,300 meters of elevation gain, point to point from Menton all the way to Nice, covering two main climbs, let's say. And right now it's Marine Quintard who's in the steep section. Quick look back, probably giving a smile to a camera runner, as well as maybe checking where Jessica Brazo is, if she's still right behind her. But we do not have the sound of our camera runner to hear whether there's a conversation going on, if somebody's breathing hard. So if in the studio you can hear me, it would be good to hear it from there. It could give us a little bit of an intel of what's going on, especially because Marine being French and our camera runners being French, that would for sure sparkle some conversation. Yeah, Adam, I think I need less coffees, because that's probably an overload of coffee too early in the morning for what I'm used to. But I'll be here. Never 100%. Perfection does not exist. This is something I've come to peace with, and there will be mistakes, especially in the live coverage. But that's what we hear, and that's what I have actually you all, because if you have any type of information about top runners, if you know something personal about them, if you know them personally, which technically is about the same thing, but you know what I mean, then by all means feel free to share it in the chat. This is why we're keeping this chat open. We want this to be interactive and that everybody contributes, so we can share as much information as possible with the rest of the community. And here, branching back with the men's leader, back with the women's, I think the reception is quite poor on this part of the course. But once again, if you are with us and you're joining right now, there is, I still believe there's four runners altogether. Christian Jones from Great Britain, Andrea Rieder, who was leading the field, Gregory Basilico, who I believe is still in fourth, but right behind our camera runner, and Hugo Deck from France, who was just ahead of our camera runner. There he is. So now we have Hugo and Andreas together, and I feel like actually we have lost Christian Jones. So he might be just behind our camera runner, drop down a little bit. And you can see here like the difference that the poles make, because it looks like Andreas is still like kind of transition between hiking and running, but always making good use of the poles. You see how bent over and how he's like double pulling on the poles, and that's as much energy that is not coming out of his legs. So the total energy expenditure is actually about the same, so he's going to have to be mindful of eating appropriately. But he's saving, especially on such a slope of above 20%. When you are efficient with your poles, you can actually save up to 30% energy running at the same pace if you have poles versus no poles from your legs. So your upper body, like core and arms, are actually taking over for 30% of the effort. And in a 62K, well, that makes a big difference. And whenever they're going to transition into either downhill or running on flat, then it's going to be just as much energy that will be still there, still available for them to use. But once again, small detail, you have to be efficient with your poles, meaning you have to have practiced, you have to feel comfortable with them. And there we go, very good move from our camera runner, just to get an idea of who the other two runners are, and they are still right there, Christian Jones and Grigory Basilico. And I feel like they are doing the right thing, these two fast runners on more runnable terrain. And I think they would be better off holding off a little bit and then playing their cards right after the second big climb of the day. And this is truly where the difference can be made for these faster runners on more runnable / flat terrain. And see, it is also good to take note that like those are some of the best runners in the world. And that is going to make me lie, but you know, up until then, they were hiking on a 60K distance. So when you're out there in a race and you're like, oh, I'm not feeling too great and I'm hiking, I'm not moving, and you start to go into like a negative spiral and negative headspace, and you start like, you know, feel like you're not moving or you're not doing too good. Remember that everybody is actually hiking from even the top runners. So this should never be an indicator of how well or not well you feel like you're doing. Hiking is definitely part of trail running, especially when you go above marathon distance and when you end up on trails that have such high grade. So it's always good to have that in mind, and also the conversation, a very enlightening conversation yesterday, one of the many that we have with Corin Malcolm during those live coverages about resetting. And sometimes if you're going through a rough patch, if you're going through a big low, nothing is stopping you from just sitting on the rock on the side of the trail for a couple of minutes and really reset what's happening, reassess where you're at and how you're feeling, just to kind of get out of that hole and then restart fresh and on a positive note. So good words of advice, and if you really feel like you're not doing too well in a race, whether it's in the early hours, late hours, in the middle, regardless, and you feel like you're starting to creep, like fall into a negative speech, then it's always good to kind of stop, assess, and then rather than try to fight or ignore or push back the fact that you're going through a low, you embrace it. Embrace that you're going through a low, and then look after yourself, eat, drink, and that's usually the best way to get out of it. So on these images, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be back with you shortly for the rest of the live coverage. Just stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And there we go. Just as promised, we are back once again with Marine Quintard from France leading the women's race so far. It's been a while since we haven't seen behind her. Just to check where Jessica Brazo is. Jessica from the USA. We got France and USA in the top two, and possibly followed by two Swiss female athletes. But once again, we haven't had any visual on them. That's just my assumption with Mélanie Delassois and Josefa Sedou. So we'll see if they creep up on our screen at some point. And seeing in the comments, you guys are very welcome. Anything we can share with you, we're happy to give a bit of analysis, advice, tips and tricks on how to feel more comfortable, possibly perform a little better, depending on what your purpose is for your next run, whether that's a training run, whether that's a race. If we can help you become better trail runners, this is a win for us. This is the whole purpose of this live coverage, getting you inspired to get out there and run, thanks to those inspiring performances by all these top athletes, as well as all the back of the pack runners. And yeah, that the course of that 50K, I mean, it is stunning because, like I said earlier, the 100 miles and the 100K go from north to south. This one, the 50K starts with one big climb, and they are right in the heart of it. There's two major climbs on that 50K. And the first one is 1,100 meters of gain over 6 kilometers. So you can gauge how steep it is right from the get-go. And then they'll have, as we talked about, like stunning views over the peaks that are around for 1,300 meters of altitude, where the Alps just really dive into the Mediterranean Sea on that coastal line. And they're going to go through or past the villages, both Castellar and Saint-Agnès. We'll have an aid station in Saint-Agnès, and that's going to be a display of beautiful landscape, limestone cliffs as well, like contrasting with the blue waters of the Mediterranean. It's going to be a travel. We are blessed with that. As I'm giving you all these details, the people in the studio are walking in, just checking on us, making sure we're not talking too much trash, which is good. They're keeping us in check, and it's a really good team. Like I think it's a good opportunity to give them a shout out. Team OSL Outdoor Sports Live is a combination of three companies that have been working on technologies and live coverage for over 10 years. They were the ones offering the very first images of UTMB Mont-Blanc. And so it is focal for the fixed images from the start and finishing line. It is LTV prod for all the captation of the images, and then processing the images, and then broadcasting them, mixing them, combining the images with our voices and sending it back to you guys. And then on the field, all the camera runners, the planning, the logistics is Moose Production. So these three companies have kind of created a collective called Outdoor Sports Live, and they are the ones behind all these images. And I think we deserve to give them a big shout out, keeping this live coverage very professional, but always with a lot of joke, a lot of banter, a lot of fun that we keep having while we're doing those live, and hopefully that kind of translate into fun live coverage for you all wherever you're watching this from. And here, this is one of the probably next camera runner who's waiting for the top runners to actually come in on the 100K. So that is indeed the 3D map of the 100K. So so that first part from Rombion to Saint-Sauveur is unique to the 100K, and then they are on the 100-mile course for the Rimplace, La Bolline-Lycée, and then Col des Deux Caïrs, le Mont Chalanchat, one of the highest point in the race, although they had reached not as high as the 100-mile, they started with a climb up to 2,650 meters, which was the highest point altogether, but it was higher up in the Mercantour. And then 50 Ks in at Utel. And then that is kind of the last climb where the 50K, no, not the 50K runners, but it looks like a similar downhill. But it is not, because I just said earlier that these races are not sharing the same course, the 50K. And there we go. That is going to be the last climb up to Montleuze, Col des Quatre Chemins, and this is going to be the actual same course together with all three races with a bit of flat in the end. And there we go. It was much more a north to south, just like the 100 miles, with a serious amount of climbing. So I was telling you that we were going to follow all three races today. So I just gave you an update a little while ago about the 100 miles. And so hopefully we'll get a little bit more data on the 100K. If we don't have images, though, I can still give you a bit of an update on what I get on Live Trail, although sometimes it's a little tricky. But in the women's, let's start with the women's, as always. Ailsa Davis from Great Britain still in the lead, representing Team North Face. And 23K in at Lycée de la Montagne. She was in the lead and already 12 minutes ahead of Marjo Likanen. So those were the kind of, let's say, pre-start profiles that we did put forward. So Ailsa Davis, I just talked about her, and she is, as anticipated, in the lead. Meg McKenzie got confirmation she is not racing today, and it's Marjo Likanen from Finland, who we'll see here on the number 3 on your screen, is currently sitting in second place, 12 minutes back from Ailsa Davis. And then it's Giulia Vinco from Italy, another 2 minutes back from Marjo, who's sitting in third position, representing Brooks Trail Runners at 23 Ks into that 100K. So plenty of changes to be expected. Although once again, and knowing Ailsa as well, I do believe that if she plays her cards right, things are going to be staying like this for the UK runner. Now in the men's, Jim Walmsley, without much surprise, was in the lead, and also if you know Théo Détienne, was in the lead together with Théo Détienne at Lycée de la Montagne. They were both in 1 hour 51:59 elapsed when they went through. And then also together, but just 9 minutes back already, or just under 9 minutes back, was Thibaut Barognan and Simon Gosselin. There he is, Thibaut Détienne. Very, very fast runner. This is going to be his first attempt at such a distance, but the man can run extremely fast on the flat. The man can run extremely fast on technical. So in the early stages of that race, the pace is still going to feel pretty slow for Theo, but question is, will he be able to manage nutrition and the longer distance? We'll see that. And we do have images, ladies and gentlemen. Our men's leader in the 100K, Roubion-Nice, is Jim Walmsley here on those images. cruising in the lead, and according to, once again, the time splits, Théo d'Etienne should be right on his heels, right behind. So we'll see if the camera runners show us what's happening behind Jim. And if indeed Théo d'Etienne is still there. And then actually together with Thibaut Barognan and Simon Gosselin with Zanzepic from Salomon, Slovenia, very strong runner as well. And another, oh wow, actually they were a group of 4. The more I keep going down, the more I figure out, because as you can see, if you're looking on the live.utmb.world platform like me, they all ranked as first. You have to look at the split times, and then Zanzepic as well as Philippe Auserhofer from Italy are all together. So 4 runners, like a group of 2, Jim Walmsley and assumingly Théo d'Etienne together in the lead, duo opening up that Roubaix-Nice 100k, 30k into the race, and then followed by 4 runners, Thibaut Barognan, Simon Gosselin, Zanzepic and Philippe Auserhofer, all together at the 23.3k mark. So yeah, we're already 10k's past that, so possibly Jim has pulled away from Théo d'Etienne. It's hard to tell. And there we go. We've transitioned into the downhill, or at least for a small section of it. And the reception is not the greatest, which is fine. We can always transition into a different position. And those are really cool images of Marine Quintard showing her ease on the technical downhill. She is moving really well, a little bit alike Yuri Yoshizumi last night. She was coming down into Isola. Oh, yeah, it's a bit tricky now to see what's happening on the screen.
Si vous pouvez permettre le fanion un petit peu plus loin.
All right, can we see behind? I'm really eager to see if Jim has now pulled away from Théo d'Etienne, or if Théo d'Etienne is still holding on so far, knowing that if Théo d'Etienne actually falls back, he's a very good friend with Thibaut Barognan, and sure enough, they will at least know each other with Simon Gosselin. So falling back into a group with familiar faces can always be helpful. You can just at least hope that he didn't burn too many matches early on trying to keep up with Jim. And last night, actually, during dinner, talking with Alexis and Hugo, who are doing the live commentary in French, we're talking about Jim, and I actually learned a thing or two about Jim. I did not know that he had been racing a whole lot of vertical races, not necessarily vertical kilometers, but vertical races. So you go all out on the very, like, the steepest slope possible, and that he had improved a whole lot on those very short, intense uphill efforts, to the point where the US Skimo team was very keen to have him on board to join the team to partake in the Skimo vertical races representing Team USA. So here you saw Jim pass a couple of runners. So as I was telling you, the 100K and the 100 miles are sharing the same course. So now he's going to start reeling in the back of the pack of the 100 miles. So these guys would have already spent a whole half day and a whole night out there on their way to Nice on the Côte d'Azur, while Jim will be moving clearly a whole lot faster, having started this morning some 3 hours and 20 minutes elapsed.
Ouais, et j'ai pas filmé l'UTMB, j'ai filmé Courtenay à l'UTMB. Là je fais 25 bornes avec toi, donc on verra.
Yeah, indeed, those are amazing views, and I'm just enjoying looking at Jim Walmsley running on that single track with those mountains in the background. I'm letting you enjoying those views in silent. This is quite inspiring. And good morning, Trevor. Welcome to the live. And looking at the splits as well, I am pleased to see that behind those top 6 runners, being Jim Walmsley, then most likely followed by Théo Détienne, and then followed by a group of 4, Thibaut Barognan, Simon Gosselin, Zanzepik, and Philippe Austerhofer in 7th position. Overall, we find Eleanor Davis, Elsie Davis from Great Britain, representing Team North Face and leading the women's field so far, standing in 7th position overall already. Some 23.3 Ks in at the aid station Lycée de la Montagne. Oh wow, okay, and so we do have the other runner just coming then and joining our second camera runner, which means that now there is a substantial gap between Jim Walmsley and I'm expecting to see Théo Détienne come in here. Yes, there he is. He looks composed. I like that he put the French flag right behind his back. And he must have just finished the climb. So I would say there's about, what do you guys think? 5 minutes, perhaps? Between, it's been 5 minutes that we've actually seen Jim pop on our screen. Yeah, just on the 6 minutes. So 6 minutes back now will be Théo Détienne. And you can see with his UTMB index at 881 is still extremely solid. And then he is a true mountain runner. Like, he evolves in the mountains, he plays in the mountains, he's built for the mountains, so he's not going to be challenged too much on any sort of terrain. Really, the question mark for Theo today will be the length of that 100K. That's going to be his first attempt. And back, so you see it's color-coded. So in orange is the 50K category, which is the 62 kilometers and 3,300 meters of elevation gain. Sorry, because I started a little bit, because now we have in third place a new runner from Spain representing Brooks. It's Alvaro Gomez, who seemingly has moved apparently in third place, so taking advantage of the downhill, possibly a little bit of a technical terrain. We know that the Spanish runners are usually pretty comfortable on this kind of terrain. And so Alvaro Gomez would have moved, therefore, into third place if what we're telling you on the screen is accurate. And then on the left-hand side, with the green color coding, is the 100K distance. And it is Théo Détienne currently sitting in second. So now the question is, who is in first and second in the men's in the 50K? Is it still Andreas Rieder and Hugo Deck, who have maintained their top two positions, and it is Alvaro Gomez coming back and who creeped up on Christian Jones and Gregory Basilico? Or has there been a change altogether? That will have to be answered as soon as we have more visual on the top two front runners. Back on 100K with our leader, Jim Walmsley, certainly on his way to punch both his ticket to next year's CCC as well as UTMB, because as you probably know by now, usually when you qualify on a distance, you qualify for the corresponding distance in the final. However, you can write to the Sports Commission of UTMB and ask to be bumped up a notch. So if you race the 50K, you can ask to get bumped up into the 100K. If you race the 100K, you qualify for the 100K automatically, but you could ask to be bumped up in the 100 miles. So this year, Jim ignored this rule and chose to race the 100 miles in Istria early in the season to get his qualifier for the UTMB final in August, the first UTMB final, UTMB World Series final, and then now he knows that he can qualify just running the 100K. That is possibly why he's choosing to race the 100K distance. But another reason, and some of you mentioned it on the chat as well, is because that race offers golden tickets for Western States. And I do believe that Jim is wanting to go back to the US to spend the whole first part of the 2024 season there, to go back to Western States, probably regain a little bit of speed and run in Flagstaff in the heat at altitude to best prepare for Western States. And then I think he's wanting to have a crack at the double Western States UTMB. So on the right-hand side of your screen, still Alvaro Gomez from Spain, cruising on that downhill. They're going back on the other side, and then they're going to stay up in the valley and then across right there on the sunny side and back up the other way. While we have Théo Détienne on the left-hand side in the 100K, currently in second position, and by the math that I could do a bit roughly, he would be 6 minutes back from Jim Walmsley, and therefore at the last checkpoints, the rest of the team, the other four runners, were some 9 minutes back from Jim and Theo. Therefore, if they kept up the pace, they would be 3 minutes behind Theo. So starting to creep up on him unless it is Jim who's went pedal to the metal and actually pulled away from Théo d'Etienne, and in which case possibly the gap between Théo and the other forerunners behind him might still remain.
Ouais, c'est la 3010.
And there we go. Currently in second place is Jessica Brazo. Jessica, who is an accomplished runner herself. But the side note, and again, I always pay great attention to not associate these runners with their partners because they deserve full attention. But she is actually Jim Walmsley's partner. And so it is a good... it's a cool thing to see them. Perhaps we'll have a split screen of them both running. Currently, Jim in the lead, Jess in second place in two different distances. Jess on the 50K and Jim on the 100K. And it's good to see her looking very comfortable here on those technical switchbacks downhill. Clearly, having spent almost 2 years in France, in Arèche-Beaufort, is paying its dividends, getting familiar with technical terrain and steep up and downs. Look at her, like, just balancing herself smoothly with her arms. Beautiful running here from Jessica Brazo. On those images, a quick commercial break, and we will be back with you shortly to carry on this live coverage all day. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Si je finis avec mes deux chevilles, c'est incroyable.
And there we go. We're back in the same location where we saw Alvaro Gomez in third position in the men's. It is still Jessica Brazo from the US of A, cruising nicely on that descent. Looking very comfortable here. And what a view, once again, with the ocean in the background. Well, actually, the sea is the Mediterranean Sea. And they're going to take a big dive on the right-hand side, go across the valley, and back up the other way. There we go, here on that sunny side. And once again, get your phones out, get ready to scan that QR code to get a bib number of your choice in the 2023 UTMB World Series, a pair of Hoka Tectons to go out on the trails and enjoy trail running, and some 20% off vouchers to buy NAC energy products. So knock yourself out. And so who's at home getting inspired by all these runners? Just want to know where you're following from. There's going to be a whole lot of action today, once again, with the 50K, the 100K, and the 50 miles. Look at this. Like, it really looks like a very technical section here with loose rocks, having to kind of maneuver around the bushes as well. But Jessica is still looking well and comfortable on that section. Yes, agreed, Jean-Yves. Like, it is definitely some rocky descent. And there we go. We have it. The split screen we were waiting for with both Jess and Jim together. It's a pretty cool shot here. Jim having to maneuver around fallen trees. Still pressing forward with some probably like what looks like 6 minutes on Théo d'Etienne and some 35K into the 100K. While on the left-hand side of your screen with the orange color code, you have Jessica Brazo from the USA in second place in a 50K, which is the 50K category. Somebody was asking earlier, but it's actually a 62K race. It says 65 on the screen, so let's take it like in between, as I've been communicated 62 with 3,300 meters of elevation gain. So we just have to know truly what the distance is. We can certainly see it by the end. Trevor is watching from Yorkshire in the UK. Trevor, welcome back. If I remember correctly, you've been with us. Anastasia is watching from Sydney, Australia. Awesome. And yeah, I mean, it is one month after UTMB, so certainly early still after racing such a fast and intense 100 miles. But that was the conversation I actually had the chance to have with Jim on the Sunday morning after UTMB during the in-depth one-to-one interviews. And he was explaining that he was curious to explore that like kind of back-to-back situation, because he said like basically it is so close that you don't really build, but basically you just carry on all the fitness that you build for the 100 miles, and then you recover, and then just have a little bit of running in between, and put it to good use into that 100K. So it's pretty cool to see him explore this possibility, just like Courtney this year explored a whole new world of possibility with the combo Western States Hard Rock UTMB, not to mention racing Ultra Trail Madeira as well earlier in the season, as well as another 100K to get her qualifier for Western States. So that was there's a bit some deep exploration of what's possible for the human body. And then we got B. Johnson from Wellington, New Zealand. Go Kiwis! It's good to see you there. And actually, Jean-Yves, I didn't realize you were watching from Japan. That is awesome. I heard that Japan had some beautiful trails, and I can't wait to make my way there. I've never been, and hopefully next year I'll get the chance to experience them. So good on you, and enjoy your long run tomorrow. Good 25K, leading up to a 45K race in 3 weeks. So happy days. And there we go. It's good to see spectators here at this road crossing cheering on Jessica Brazo. And you can certainly know it's the south. A runner had overshot that turn, was coming back after missing that little turn, but it was well marked. You could see the flag right there. And there, yeah, you see, you have the tape that's showing you the way you get to keep your heads up. So hopefully no other runners have made that mistake and overshot that turn ahead of Jessica. Jean-Yves, that is very kind, and I'll keep that in mind for Osaka, Kyoto. I will give you a shout out, and possibly we could go for a long run. That would be fun. Nothing can beat local knowledge to explore the trails when you visit a foreign country.
Ouais, on est au kilomètre 13 des 600.
Okay, so the first news is that Christian Jones from Hoka apparently is marked as withdrawn, which, I mean, as I said, would be a shame. So hopefully nothing went wrong, but that's very early in the race. So fingers crossed he didn't fall, break anything. And then, well, there's a lot going on here, and I am not too sure how to read all this, because there's a lot of different indications. Some runners have gone through the Monty 8 station. And so that would mean, if I try to put things in order, that Andreas Rieder was still in the lead, but now had about 20 seconds on Hugo Deck. Hugo Deck, therefore, in second position, followed by Gregory Basilico in 1:38:49 elapsed through the Monti aid station, and then in 1:40:40 is Alvaro Gomez, meaning that Alvaro Gomez is still running in 4th position, so either Gregory Basilico has passed him or the indication we had on the screen were not quite accurate and he was actually not running in 3rd. But that was the update for the 50K. Now we have the top 5 in the 100K. Roubaix-Nice with Jim Walmsley that we had on the screen, Theo Détienne we had on the screen, and then Zanzepik, Philippe Austerhofer, and Thibaut Barognan all running together. And I think actually, because we only show the top 5, but there is another runner that most likely is with them, is Simon Gosselin. They were all together, those 4 runners, at the last checkpoint. Then Eleanor Davis is in the lead, and it looks like there has been a little bit of a change, because we have Evie Moore from the UK, who would be a little less under a minute back. So that is very exciting, and I'm just going to look it up quickly to see if that is truly what's happening, because that would, yeah, it is what's happening. So that's very, very exciting to see Evie Moore come and somehow challenge Elsa David, because she is a very fast runner. Like, she won the Mozart 100 on it was a 100K distance, so she's familiar with this, and she's done a few other races, but like only a few references since 2021. But the past 3 races that she's done, she has won them. So she will be tough competition, and I am excited that I had missed Evie Moore from that ranking, and I am glad to see her in that position. And being from Great Britain, I assume that they both know each other with Elsa Davis, and possibly could run together, because then 3 minutes back is Vera Bernardo from Portugal. Vera Bernardo is not too far back either. Anja Krebs from Germany is another 5 minutes back. Linda Bolden from Latvia is 2:21, so another 2 minutes back. And then Marjorie Cannon from Finland, who earlier was in 2nd position, has moved down to 6th. So a quick turn of events indeed in the women's field on that 100K. And it's good to see these 2 runners, that gentleman together with Jessica, kind of working together on a descent and pointing at the trails for each of the turns. And yeah, you can certainly know that you're in the southern part of France when you see banana trees in the gardens. It is a different climate down there, much warmer. And we can expect that by mid-afternoon we're going to be in a around the mid-30s, low 30 degrees, unless there is a bit of air, because this is something quite common there. And in French, that wind is called la tramontane. So if it blows from inland out onto the sea, and could bring a little bit of a colder mountain air for those runners. We had a quick transition. We got a glimpse on the 100K of Theo Détienne sitting in 2nd position, and we are back with the 50K female 2nd place, Jessica Brazo. And so very shortly in the 100K in the men's category, the top runners will arrive to the aid station at Grange de la Brasque, and we'll get another split time between them all. Jim in the lead, but then we'll get a good understanding of how, that was nearly overshot again, so they really have to be careful about where to go and look for those ribbons. But so far, no impact, no collision between those two runners who are running almost stride for stride. So we have Jessica, our camera runner, and the other gentleman. And I'm jumping from race to race, but see, now they're on the sunny side, and in the background you see the opposite side of the valley where they came down from. So some almost 16K into the race. And they're starting their ascent onto, like they're just going past Monty. So they're going to get through the aid station, and then it's going to be a bit of a climb, and then a bit of a descent, and then that second biggest long climb of the day, all the way up to like 1,200, 1,300 meters, and then dropping down to Col de la Madone, and then final descent all the way into Nice, where that finish line will be waiting all the runners from the 50K, the 100K, the 100 miles. And so we will be seeing Jessica come through the Monty aid station very, very shortly now. And it looks like Live Trail is back on track, and we do have an accurate ranking. So at Monty aid station, let's see if I had it right. Yes, Andreas Rieder, Hugo Deck, Grégory Basilico, Alvaro Gomez, and then Tom Gentil and Morten Antonsen from Salomon, Norway, for the top 6. And there is just 5 minutes separating top 5 runners, so they are all within reach still at this point. The one that actually we were expecting to do well and apparently has dropped out is Christian Jones. So once again, hopefully he's all right. Which means actually this is an important information, because Christian Jones had very, very fast times on the flat. Now he's out of the way. It means that only Grégory Basilico has the kind of wheels that could allow him to pull away if there's still a group of runners in the last 10 kilometers once they get to Nice. And they run through the city on the flat. So that's something to consider and to keep in mind when they get closer and closer to the finish line. As soon as they hit that road, that flatter section, all the way until the end, if Grégory Basilico is still close to the leaders or in the lead, then that's probably going to be a done deal for that runner, who once again has references close to 30 minutes over 10K. And there she is, Jessica Brazo, coming into the Monty aid station. And actually, it was just a checkpoint. And so she is 1 minute 30. Oh no, there's an aid station. She is, 1 minute and 40 seconds back from Marine Quintard. We didn't have images of Marine going in, so we don't know how much time she spent at the aid station.
C'est la 2, numéro 2.
She's going 1 flask with water, 1 flask with energy drink. And out she goes, keeping it short and sweet. And a quick update on the men's side in the 100 mile. Gwendal Moison still leading the race, followed, and I don't have the split by Guillaume Denef from Belgium and Paul Zunino from France. Paul and Guillaume are only 3 minutes apart, so it is a very tight race. And then they actually have a bit of a blanket with over half an hour on fourth place, Christophe Polasek. So top 3 seems to be a bit of a done deal with Gwendal Moison in the lead. And in the female category, as I was telling you earlier this morning, Laura Van Voren from Belgium has moved into first place and has opened a substantial gap of almost 20 minutes, like 19 minutes on Yori Yoshizumi, who was until early this morning. There we go. We have images of Ilse Davis leading the women's race in the 100K. I'll just finish quickly with 100 mile female runners. So Yuri Yoshizumi is now in second place, 19 minutes back, and then Ildiko Vermecher still not gone through the aid station Chapelle Saint-Michel, so I can't tell you exactly the gap between them two, but she is still there and chasing. So on the images, on the Roubion-Nice 100K, with just under 4 hours elapsed, is Elsie Davis, who's leading the race, but I love an exciting race, and who doesn't, right? So it was really good to see her being not necessarily challenged, but to see Evie Moore being only about a minute back from Elsie. And so Evie Moore will be some serious competition for Elsie, and the question will be whether they choose to work together to secure first and second place, meaning they both score a qualifier for CCC next year, as well as for UTMB. They score their golden ticket, or they kind of challenge each other and race as true competitors, in which case should one of them push a little too hard or make a mistake, then Vera Bernardo from Portugal, being only 3 minutes back from Evie Moore, could come and challenge that and maybe come and try and snap one of the 2 golden tickets for Western States that are available in this race. So a lot can happen today in all races, and that is for the women's in this 100K. Let's have a look at the chat, see what's happening. Yeah, I think a few people have brought it up, like about the survey, asking who the best ultra runner is. I think this is related to the runners actually running in those races, and it is also very subjective. How do you define the greatest? It could be at heart. It could be from a performance perspective. It depends on the type of terrain. It depends on just so many things. So I think it's good to have an opinion on everything. And I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that Courtney is one of the very inspiring athletes. Oh, that got me scared for a second. On every level, from a performance perspective, from a human aspect, she's a great human as well. So I think this is very subjective. Don't get mad, people. We all here, we're all friendly, and it is just a survey. Nuts is in the house with the croissant and coffee. Thanks for joining us. Good morning. Welcome to the live, and indeed, as we expected, as we know, the night always carries a whole lot of surprises, and cards have been reshuffled a little bit. Great analysis from Jean-Yves, talking that Yuri has indeed lost the lead in the 100 miles, but she hasn't lost much ground to the leader, to Laura Van Voren, and also to third place. So she's there. She's in the mix. Usually she's a pretty safe runner to bet on for the top places. Obviously, this is the unknown with the 100-mile distance that Yuri has yet to accomplish for the first time. And then, whoa, this seems to be a trend here. Like, people tripping. Good thing is it doesn't translate into a full face plant. But let's be careful. We don't really want to have any crashes at this point. At least let's wait until later in the race to have a bit of a show. But no, all joking aside, this is with the color coding green. This is the 100K, and you have your male and female leader, Jim Walmsley leading the men's field, and Elsa Davis leading the women's field. And this is good timing to tell you, I think we will have the splits. And I feel like there's quite a few of you on it because it's taking a while to load. So Jim Walmsley has gone through the aid station Grange de la Brasque, and we still are waiting for someone else to go through, which is impressive, meaning he's gone through already 12 minutes ago, and no sign of anyone else having gone through there. So he's possibly already with over 12 minutes lead on whoever is in second place, who last we saw was Théo Détienne.
Ouais. En fait, ça va être bien, il va faire encore bon chaud. Ça va être bien. Puis c'est beau l'Italie.
And you can see that on those runnable section, as much as Théo Détienne is a fast runner, Jim is making good ground here, taking advantage of that. That's probably reminding him of the trails in Flag, where he's run so many miles. That is the type of terrain he is comfortable with. Some little bit of a douche grade uphill. And still no one, at least on the live trail checkpoint, has gone through Grange de la Brasque. And we're now 14 minutes elapsed. So as we have those stunning images of the mountains and the course, I think this is a good opportunity to tell you a little bit more once again about the Outdoor Sports Live team that are offering you all these images. It is 30 people in total working together to provide all these images, the content that you can see on your screen, all the data that help you have a better understanding of what's going on. It's definitely hard to follow, meaning that we're not, like for an Ironman, for example, on the road with motorbikes and just cruising through places that are like 4G, 5G reception. Here we're being challenged with low reception, so we have to switch back and forth between the different races in an environment that is pretty hostile. So like we said, we need world-class runners to be able to not only carry the equipment to transmit the images, but as well as able to run at the same pace as the leaders on that kind of terrain, and still not necessarily looking at their feet, but filming the runners and making sure that they are well framed on the images, as well as listening to what's being told to them in the studio, whether they're live or not, because obviously we have many sources at the same time, and in the studio they're mixing it to provide you all these images. So quite a substantial setup to offer you all this, and we hope that you can certainly appreciate that kind of setup. And the race is on between the top female runners on that 50K category, the 62 kilometer distance, 15K into the race. Marine Quintard leading the women's race in 1:51.09 elapsed. Then Jessica Brazo in second place in 1:52.50 elapsed. And then from Switzerland, Josefa Sedou, who, as anticipated, is in the top spots in 1:58.44 elapsed. So that's your top three going through there. And then again, we did talk about them. They went through that aid station. Andreas Rieder, Hugo Deck, and then Christian Jones has actually dropped out. And then Gregory Basilico and Alvaros Gomez. And there we go. Some 9 minutes back, so it actually took a wee while to appear on the rankings. But Théo Détienne has gone through Grange de la Brasque, and he is 9 minutes. Well, actually, almost 10 minutes back from Jim Walmsley. So he was running with Jim up until the last aid station. And then he's lost 10 minutes. The question is, once again, is it Jim who's really pushed the pace, or is it Théo Détienne who's actually falling back a little bit? Hard to tell at this point. But we'll know more when we see all the other runners. Go through. Meaning the group of 4 runners that were kind of running together with Philippe Austenhofer, Simon Gosselin, Thibaut Barognan, of course, and my screen has frozen, which is not very helpful. I don't know what's happening. I think there's probably too many of us trying to refresh and get the rankings, and all of a sudden we're losing a little bit of the connection, to be honest. And back with Elsa Davis, first woman in this 100K race, who, contrary to what I thought, is probably not going to be able to have a quick jog. And she's going to have to fight off Evie Moore, also from Great Britain. Although, like I said, possibly the two runners could actually form an alliance and run together, because the top two spots will equally receive a qualifier for CCC next year, as well as a golden ticket. So if this is the purpose for them partaking in this race, aside obviously from running in a pretty awesome course and landscapes and then finishing with a dip in the Mediterranean Sea, then they could certainly work together and try to secure that as a team. I'm going to try to find another way to get the results, because so far this is really not working too well. Yeah, I think that's going to be a better option. I got my tricks as well. And yeah, it was good to see Elsa Davis on the on our images, because otherwise, looking at their ranking, that could have created a freak out moment, because she just did not appear at Lycée de la Montagne. But she is still in the lead, as we have beautiful aerial shots of Utel, one of the many villages that the runners are going to go through, and that's about halfway, just under halfway for our 100K runners at Rubion-Nice. And there we go. We have the rest of the male runners in the 100K who have gone through Grange de la Brasque. And it's now Philippe Auserhofer and Simon Gosselin together in 3:51 elapsed, 3:51, 27, 28. So they're really running together. And then Sylvain Camus, who has gone in 10:08. Thibaut Barognan, 10:08. And Zanzepik, 10:08 as well. So they're running all together. Thibaut Barognan and Zanzepik falling back a little bit. Sylvain Camus coming into the mix, into the top 10. So pretty solid race here from Sylvain. And now, yeah, we've got Jim Wamsley in the lead, some 10 minutes ahead of Théo Détienne, and then another 8 minutes, yeah, 7-8 minutes back is Philippe Auserhofer and Simon Gosselin. And then another minute back is Sylvain Camus, Thibaut Barognan, and Zanzepik. So here on the right-hand side of your screen is still second place in the 100K Théo Détienne that we just have lost. And these are the beautiful coastal landscapes in Nice Côte d'Azur. And I believe this is our male leader in 100 miles, who actually, voilà, and there we go. It's good to have the indication on the screen. who's on his way now to the finish line. So he must have just dropped down. He's going to go around that little peninsula and then drop surely into town. And wow, I guess I've lost a few things here on the chat. Dick, hard to tell about what shoes Jim is wearing. One thing for sure, he's wearing Hoka shoes because that's his sponsor. But the actual model, I actually do not know. Nuts, Sébastien Chénier on the e-bike today. I have no idea. He's definitely out there, but I don't know in which position, whether he's running or on the bike. And Corinne will join me a little later because that shift today from 7:30 a.m. all the way through to 9 p.m. tonight, it was really challenging, let's put it that way, shift for Corinne, which would have meant for her local time from 10:30 p.m. all the way through to 12 p.m. So through the whole night. So we agreed that I would start on my own so she could have a little bit of a night at least to keep her sanity. And as soon as I will start fading around just the early afternoon, she will come and bring fresh energy back into the live, and we'll finish together waiting for all the runners to make it to the finish line in Nice of this 100 miles, 100K and 50K. And Cave Engravings, I don't know. I don't know how many hours Jim is going to get to the finish line. Probably not as fast as your grandma, because she is such a strong climber. But that's folks, that's a reference to what happened yesterday. If you were not following the 100-mile live coverage, there was some good banter there, so don't think I am actually being offensive. Cave Engravings has some great sense of humor, and I'm just responding to him on that point. Yeah, I would not try to go into guessing what's been happening or what time would Jim run in the 100K. What I can do, however, is tell you that last year the winner of the 100K was in 12 hours and 37 minutes in weather conditions that were much more challenging than today. So not only the weather conditions will make the finishing time most likely faster, but also seeing the caliber of Jim Walmsley, as much as he ran UTMB only a month ago, if that. We can assume safely that he will run faster that time. So once again, winning time in the men's last year was 12:37. So we can assume it's going to be probably around the 12-hour mark. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something like this. As we still have those aerial shots, most likely waiting for Jim Walmsley to come through on that traverse, and I think he's just gone through that tree section. As we zoom in onto the trail, we might see him pop out, his black silhouette coming through in the lead of that 100K on his way down to the little village of Utel, just perched on the mountain. And as we were seeing that, I'm just really trying to skim through all the rankings of all the races to keep you updated. So no new checkpoint. In about 10 minutes, we expected the top men in the 50K to come through Sainte-Agnès, with anticipated to see Andreas Rieder in the lead, followed by Hugo Deck, Grigori Basilico, Alvaro Gomez, within 6 minutes of each other. And in the women's, still from France, Marine Quintard, expected to be still 2 minutes ahead in Sainte-Agnès, ahead of Jessica Brazo, and however, Jessica is expected to be 9 minutes ahead of Josefa Sedou from Switzerland. And yeah, we're transitioning back onto the coastline because this is where we kind of anticipated to see our 100-mile runners eventually pop up. But I gotta say that's slightly confusing because they seem to be running in the opposite direction that we saw earlier. So is that like an early morning jogger? And you can also see people diving on the shores. It is not a bad place to be. Yeah, so that is true, and we should probably be branching back onto the finish line to see the first runner in the 100 miles. And as we're waiting for him to come through, Jonathan Moncani having fallen back, it's Gwendal Moisan who through the night has taken the lead and will be coming into first place onto the Promenade des Anglais. And in the meantime, those drone shots about the village of Utel, you were asking for a little bit of data about this beautiful region. The village thrived in the 15th century from the salt trade route. So this is this was part of the white gold that they were calling it. It was coming in Nice by boat and then transported all the way to Chambéry or even Torino in Italy, and it was going through that little village. So it still has to date 832 inhabitants. And during the war, married men were accusing bachelors of having affairs with their wives. I love those facts. And to settle the scores, the game, the Kepurn was invented, and today it's still a deep part of the city tradition. And so the simple rules, the bachelors try to carry a wooden log called a sepum out of the village, and the married men prevent them from giving them big slaps on the back. Gee, that's pretty brutal. After an hour of playing, the game stops. The sepum is then filled with wine. And the person who has to actually pay for the wine is the last man who got married in the village. So that celebration still takes place today and attracts a whole lot of tourists. Young men come back from Nice or Marseille to play that game. So once again, the sepum, where they have to carry a log up the hill, and then the married men give them big slaps on the back to slow them down. That sounds extremely brutal. Perhaps we should try this on some sections of the UTMB World Series race, the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. That could be a fun section, perhaps, to reinstall that tradition. So Jérôme, you got it all. Some good old tradition. I learned a thing or two, and yeah, that sounds like a pretty fun show to go and watch. So no wonder people from Nice and Marseille go up to both witness and play that game. And in the meantime, our drone pilot is eagerly waiting for Gwendal Moison to show up here on the Promenade des Anglais. 22 hours and 15 minutes elapsed. And on the right hand side you have Jim Walmsley leading the 100K. You can see it with the green color coding. And TK, love it. Yeah, let's slap some UTMB runners. And instead of carrying a log, they could be carrying running stones. That would seem appropriate. And like the stone you can carry to the finish are the one you actually earn. I'm going to talk to the organization about this new possible rules. Could be fun.
Des Anglais, mesdames et messieurs, juste un incroyable parcours. Le chemin des Anglais 1820 couvrait sa place ici, sur ce petit sentier de 2 mètres de large à peine. Et aujourd'hui, la promenade des Anglais, c'est 7 km qui longent la baie des Anges et qui font cette barrière entre le littoral.
And we're still waiting. We have a lot of runners coming through, so it's hard to make a difference between the joggers who are enjoying the early hours of the morning. I mean, it's already almost 10:30 a.m., so not as early anymore.
Ce sera les Bretons. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des Bretons dans la place ou pas là? Levez. Ah, il y en a au moins un Breton, 2, peut-être. Non, Monsieur Socrate, les cheveux qu'il n'a pas. En tous les cas, vous êtes les bienvenus. J'entends le renard et la belette.
So there we go, still transitioning between all these races, and indeed sometimes it's a little bit challenging to see the rankings in across all the different races, the 50 mile, the 50K, the 100K, and the 100 miles. And I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We can see him in the distance with the black top. Gwendal Moison from France is about to take the win in this second edition of the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. After a very, very smart race, and it's good to have a biker right in front to make open, let's say, the way for the French runner to not be bothered by all the pedestrians. And as you can see on the top left corner, 22 hours and 18 minutes elapsed since they started yesterday. The start was delayed slightly because of a wasp nest actually that was found on the trail, and that they had to get rid of before sending the runners through. And so now you have more runners joining in, and he's still putting together a pretty solid stride here, pretty solid pace after running almost 100 miles. I guess once you can smell the barn, and you know that somehow you can't really be challenged, because the next runner-up is actually quite a ways behind. What a race. And I don't know if we can yet hear the finish line. Not quite. But yeah, he has a solid 30 minutes lead on Guillaume Denef from Belgium. So he is safe. The win is for him. It's just going to be up to him to cruise on that Promenade des Anglais, to soak it in. And what a finish, what a place to come and claim a win at a UTMB race. It is something very special, and I'm sure he will be greeted as a true champion coming through the line of 5,000 runners who will come through the finish line on the Promenade des Anglais in Nice across 4 different races. What a race for Gwendal. Gwendal Moisan qui has done really well in his career. That is not a surprise to see him there. He was, for example, last year second at the Grand Trail des Templiers, scored a second place. Grand Raid des Pyrénées, second place. And then winner of the Grand Raid du Ventoux, 120 kilometers. But that will be the first win for Gwendal in the race of the UTMB World Series. So certainly the biggest win in his career so far, and punching his ticket for next year's edition of the UTMB World Series final in UTMB at the end of August. What a race! What a race for Gwendal Moisan, who waited for his time to come. In the early stages of the race, he was sitting in the top 5, and then moved into 3rd. Then they both, with Jonathan Moncani, passed Roberto Mastrotto from Italy, who had made a pretty aggressive start, but eventually fell back. And then Jonathan Moncani has fallen down the rankings, and Mr. Consistent Gwendal Moisan has kept going like the Duracell bunny. He never stopped, and he's in the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it from the finish line. I don't know if you guys hear it at home. I struggled. There we go. I'm going to let you enjoy this.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, Nice.
Let's welcome.
Well, and it looks like it's a bit of a frozen image, so I don't know if this is only on my screen or if it's for everyone. No, there we go. We're back. We're back. And there we go. Officially, the 2023 winner of the Nice by UTMB 100 miles. Big smile on his face. And most likely we'll be seeing him next year, end of August, in Chamonix to partake in the UTMB World Series final in the 100 miles, the UTMB Mont-Blanc. What a day for Gwendal Moisan. Remember this name. And there we go, his partner, who's been there by his side. She was crowing for him at every aid station, and truly contributed to that beautiful win. There you go. He's going back to thank the crowds, give away a few high fives to celebrate, and thank all the ones who have come and celebrate his win. That's what we love about this sport, is the passion that is shared by everyone, and the cheering and the relationship between athletes and the spectators. And to answer your question on the chat, Cave Engravings, no, this is not the final race of the year to get your spot at UTMB 2024. There's actually going to be a few more races. I don't remember all of them by heart. I know there's Kodiak in the eastern part of Los Angeles in the US, and I still don't have the sound of the. Oh man, this is bad.
Pression du lead non plus quoi. Et après ça a bien été, j'ai bien creusé. Puis en fin de course j'ai eu un petit peu peur. On m'a repris 2 fois 5 minutes là sur 2 portions là, du coup donc les 20 derniers j'ai pas trop relâché.
Vous avez accéléré un peu à la fin ou vous avez gardé les mêmes allures?
Non, j'ai accéléré, mais pourtant j'avais pas l'impression de m'être endormi sur les 2 autres portions, mais après eux ils étaient à 2 derrière, donc aussi ça peut jouer un petit peu aussi.
Alors on avait quelques petites nouvelles de Fleur, on a parlé juste avant votre arrivée. On sait que vous venez de Quimper, mais vous habitez Ariège-Pyrénées. C'est bon pour l'entraînement ça, non?
Ah oui, bah...
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to hear what's being said on that finish line interview, but I just can't get any sound feedback. So the few things that I could pick up is that he was worried at some point during the night because he could see his competition come back, even though he really didn't feel like he had slowed down. And so in the last part of the race, he actually shifted another gear to try and really pull away and secure, have enough of a gap, enough of a kind of safety blanket to finish in first position here on the Promenade des Anglais in Nice Côte d'Azur, and that's what he did. Originally he's from Quimper in Brittany, which is pretty flat, but with his partner Fleur, they live in Ariège, which is a much better place for training in the mountains and on technical terrain. So that's the only part I could pick up for you all. Sadly, sorry about that. Our team was trying to work on getting the interview, but it seems that you guys actually heard what was being said. So if that's the case, that's fantastic. I'm sorry I couldn't hear it and translate it for you all, but I did not have any sound feedback from that finish line. Yes, Sven, thanks. There's Kulamanen as well, and then obviously to answer the question about what are the other races that allow you to qualify for UTMB 2024, and there is obviously the UTMB major for Asia Pacific. Once again, Doi Intianen by UTMB in Thailand is going to take place in the first weekend of December from the 8th to the 10th, and that's going to be another chance of qualifying or getting stones for the 2024 UTMB World Series final. So on those images of the Promenade des Anglais and that finish line, we'll have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back shortly after that to carry on with the live coverage of all races today. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Et moi j'ai rien besoin, à part le bob. C'est un bob au cas.
And we're back with our 100K leader, Jim Walmsley, still way ahead of his competition, some 9 minutes ahead of second place Theo Détienne at the last checkpoint. And he's getting closer and closer to the halfway point. Now, still moving pretty well on what you can see is still a very technical, although not crazy, high-grade trail. You do have a drop on the left-hand side alongside the mountain, and therefore he's making good use of his poles. And it was good also. We've had Eleanor Davis go through the Grange de la Brasque aid station at 10:29, and so far we actually have no sign of Evie Moore, which would lead us to think that there has been a substantial gap, which makes it hard to understand. I'm sorry about that. Like, seems like there's issues with the live ranking at this point. And so it's not 100% reliable, or at least in a timely matter. So we'll wait for a little bit of time to go by to confirm whether that was accurate or not. So there you go. Jim's dropped down on the other side, putting the poles away. And as you can see, we had questions yesterday in the chat whether it was preferable, what were the personal preferences between having a quiver for the poles or having them around your waist. You know, it takes a bit of practice to like be familiar with having the quiver on the correct side of your pack, whether you want it on the left or on the right. And you see like what he did just then, he adjusted the bottom part of the quiver to his pack, meaning that, you know, it's attached at the top and at the bottom, and then you keep the bottom loose when you don't have the poles in them, and then once you put the pole in them, you kind of tighten the bottom part so it kind of goes across the pack and doesn't bounce at all, so it doesn't become something that would bother you or something. So yeah, that's the technique, as opposed to, we had seen a few runners yesterday in the 100 miles with shorts and poles around their waist. So there was two different approaches, and I think as he looked back, he might have said something to a camera runner, Jim Walmsley, saying that, you know, I'm actually gonna go and have a leak, and so the camera runner should not have shown that. But technically, this is what like they're supposed to do, is whenever something needs to be done, they point at a different direction. So I don't know if you realized that because of the angle of the camera and kind of the fisheye to give you a wider angle and better view of the runners, he had accidentally put Jim on the screen. And so here they're going through those ridges in forests of spruce trees, and you can see way out in the distance the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. And it's mainly limestone rocks in the descent to the village of Utel, which is a very technical one. And there we go. We have our second place runner in the 100 miles who has made it to the shores and probably is some 10-15 minutes away from the finish line. Yeah, Trevor, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And from Belgium, we were anticipating him to do really well on this Nice Côte d'Azur 100 mile. Guillaume Denef, who was some 30 minutes back, but had made kind of a textbook race by coming back pretty strong and obviously moving really, really well. So he's managed his effort perfectly. And admittedly, it would be hard to run to the finish when you're going through such blue water, and those creeks are definitely inviting for a dip. But this is going to be something he'll be able to do once he'll cross the line and celebrate his second place finish here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB in 100 miles after, once again, a race extremely well managed. And then some 10 minutes back at the last aid station was Paul Zunino, another French runner, and anticipated to come some 16 minutes after Guillaume Denef in the finish line. And the women have gone through the Chapelle Saint-Michel in the 100 miles, so they're 124 kilometers into the race. And they went through about an hour 50 ago for Laura Van Vuren in the lead. Yuri Yoshizumi, who was 19 minutes back. And then another half hour back was Ildiko Vermescher from Germany. And that was your top three women in that 100-mile race from the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. And it looks like you get a few swimmers out in the ocean as well. And look at the views. Certainly very inviting coastline. A few Ks still away from the finish line. What a spot. What a spot to finish a 100-mile race after starting in the mountains of Mercantour, going through like the highest point being 2,650 meters up high. We saw that yesterday at the first refuge, 17 Ks into the race, where you had like a mountain, pristine mountain lake, way above tree line, all rocky, and then making their way all the way down to the Mediterranean Sea and Nice. And again, some 22 hours and 40 minutes, sorry, into that race, having spent a whole night out there.
Non, c'est bon, j'ai pas trop faim. C'est plus pour au cas où. Ouais, de l'eau.
So try to go back and forth with all the results, because essentially at the minute we're following 6 different races, the 100k, the 100 miles, the 50k, and each of these distances we're following both the men and the women's. So right now with the green color coding is the 100k, and we're following Jim Walmsley still in the lead. And we're trying to coordinate a little bit the things with our people on the floor, on the ground, locally. All right, so as we are still watching those images, sorry, I was tuning out a little bit from the live and from the comments to try and find the results most up to date at this point, because Eleanor Davis in the 100k women's category still in the lead, but somehow she was followed by Evie Moore only a few minutes back, and at this point nobody else has clocked in, and Eleanor Davis has gone through the Grange de la Brasque at 10:29 local time. It is 10:56, so that's a whole lot of time, and I cannot assume that she's so far ahead, so something must have gone wrong with the timing at this point. So waiting possibly for another split time, and then in the meantime trying to see what's happening with the men's, and we saw Jim Walmsley very briefly on his way down to Utel. So he's probably like another 15 to 20 minutes away from that aid station where we saw that beautiful village with those fun tradition of slapping the younger men who were carrying a log up a hill, while the married men were the ones slapping the young bucks. And at the end, they would take one of the big log, fill it with wine, and the last man married in the village would have to pay for that wine. So pretty interesting tradition there. And for that reason, actually runners, people, not only runners from both Nice and Marseille would come to the little village of Utel to check out and possibly partake in this traditional activity. There you go, and another quick glimpse of Jim Walmsley still running fast. No surprise here, and we'll just keep updating you. So that was for the 100K. Let's have a look at 100 mile, the 50K, sorry. And maybe they are, what time did the 100K start this morning? It was just after 6, because the start was delayed a little bit. It sounded like a shuttle bus had been delayed, and therefore they had to wait for all the runners to arrive. So it was not a bang on 6 a.m., but more like 10 past 6. Precisely. So that's why if you look on the live split times, you'll see in the time elapsed as like something slightly different versus the time of the day local time. And then in the 50K, like I was telling you, in the men's, Andreas Rieder still in the lead at Saint-Agnès at 22.8 kilometers into the race. Followed by Hugo Deck, bang on a minute behind, and then another 7 minutes back is Alvaro Gomez from Spain, and Gregory Basilico is another 20 seconds back from Alvaro Gomez, currently sitting in 4th position. So probably taking his time. He knows that that's not the place for him to play his cards. He is a very fast runner. However, now the time difference is becoming rather substantial. So we'll see if Andreas Rieder and Hugo Deck have possibly gone a little bit too fast early, or if they're just on another level today. And here, beautiful aerial images of both Jim Walmsley leading the 100K and our camera runner following him through that section. And on the way down, apparently that's a very technical final part of the descent into Utel that you can see right there on the left-hand side of your screen, back like couple of 100 meters below them. And again, kudos to our drone pilots who are very mindful of showing us the best possible images and showing us all the features, the runners, as well as the landscapes and the kind of key landmarks, offering us to see. You can see the view, you can see the runners, and there you go. You can see where they're going at the aid station. Of Utel. And we have our third runner in the 100 miles. And you can see that it is a slightly different pace compared to our top two male finisher. So while Guillaume Deneuve is still awaited at the finish line in some 8 minutes, this is Paul Zunino from France. Who's making his way on that beautiful pedestrian path, coastal. And like I was saying, looking at people having a swim in that turquoise water must be quite appealing. Although after 100 miles, there's probably a lot of places where there's been a bit of chafing, and I don't think you'd be too keen to jump into salty water just yet. But that is just my assumption. And then I want to use the word cruising because that's really how it feels, although it's hard to fathom that Jim is running a 100K race the way he's moving, with a very flowy attitude down that path. On the way, he's still not halfway through the race from a distance perspective, and yet can probably still already see in the distance the Mediterranean Sea.
S5, vous me captez toujours?
And we have also an update in the women's race on the 50K. Marine Quintard from France has gone through Saint-Agnès some 9 minutes ago. And still no update of Jessica Brazo going through that aid station. She was expected, however, to go through at 10:55. It is 11:04, so she was expected to go through that aid station exactly at the same time as Marine Quintard. So either that's a bit of an issue with the live trail tracking, or hopefully that's the case, or maybe Jessica has fallen back a little bit. But I feel like that would be already a big gap at this point. A lot of time that she would have lost. And there we go. We are back with the 100-mile runners. 22 hours, 55 minutes elapsed. Coming from Belgium and about to take second place, Guillaume Deneuve, who's moving really well. He's ready to be done.
La chevauchée finale, la cavalcata finale sull'ultimo tratto della promenade des Anglais che lo porterà.
And I was trying to go quiet to see if we can. The sound from the finish line has been fixed and we can hear a little bit what's going on. And I feel like it's coming into my ears very slowly, so I'm just gonna stay quiet and see if the volume goes up.
The new incredible talents, ladies and gentlemen, and the first of this categories is just incredible, guys. Le premier master, mesdames et messieurs, en plus, qui va venir s'offrir la deuxième place sur un ultra, et celui de Nice Métropole Côte d'Azur, mesdames et messieurs, Guillaume Deneuve.
Here it is. Here he is for the finishing line. Sulla linea del traguardo, secondo posto, Belgio, Guillaume Deneuve.
D'abord,
Bien sûr, Guillaume qui retrouve son papa, l'assistance, le coach. Guillaume, mesdames et messieurs, la deuxième place sur cette ultra de Nice, métropole, Côte d'Azur. Guillaume, félicitations à toi et bienvenue.
Pretty emotional finish with possibly his dad welcoming him through. And there we go, in second place of this 100-mile race with a big smile on his face. And once again, a race strategy perfectly executed. He was outside of the top 10 in the early hours. Let's see if I can hear something.
Juste pour être précis, deuxième place, tu t'attendais ce résultat-là hier quand on est parti à Oran.
Le début était très difficile. J'ai beaucoup souffert de la chaleur jusqu'à ce que la nuit tombe.
J'ai eu des crampes qu'il a fallu gérer, faire disparaître, courir doucement. Et puis au fur et à mesure que la température diminuait, c'était de mieux en mieux. Donc j'ai passé une bonne nuit finalement.
Tu as passé une bonne nuit, le matin est arrivé à nouveau, une grande aube. Tu savais que tu étais dans une bonne position, tu as continué très fort.
Oui, j'étais assez étonné. Je savais que le troisième était un peu en perdition. Par contre, j'étais assez étonné de revenir sur le deuxième. Donc ça, c'était une surprise.
Tu avais, je sais pour sûr que tous les coureurs, quand ils partent, ils ont à l'esprit un temps final de course. Tu pensais à quoi ?
Je pensais à rien en particulier. En fait, j'ai participé à l'UTMB il y a 4 semaines et j'ai abandonné après 120 km. Mes jambes étaient tétanisées, je savais plus avancer, donc je voulais le terminer à tout prix. Et voilà, c'est une petite revanche sur ce qui s'est passé il y a 4 semaines. Je suis content d'avoir terminé la course.
Et nous, on est contents avec toi, avec ton beau sourire. Et alors, un applaudissement très grand et très fort pour le deuxième, Guillaume.
Wow, this is a really cool story, actually. So he had cramps in the early hours of the day yesterday when they started the race, and so he said he really suffered from this. But as soon as the temperatures started dropping, he felt better and better. And therefore, during the night, he was like moving up the field and was feeling really good. He knew that the third place runner was at reach and was fading, so he was not surprised to pass him. However, he was not expecting to see the second place runner, and so when he passed him and ended up in second position, that was a really good surprise. He ran UTMB about a month ago, but had to drop out at 120k, which I'm assuming was at Champelac. He said my legs were absolutely shut. I just couldn't run anymore. So yesterday at the start, I had no other goal but to just take my revenge and finish the race. So his intention was just to finish. And so he said, like, being here and finishing in second place is truly a good turn of events and a very good way to kind of turn things around from that DNF at UTMB. So very good spirit and a cool interview that I'm glad we got to hear from the finish line. So thank you people on site who have actually managed to get us the sound this time. We're back with the 100k race with this aerial shot of Jim Walmsley coming into the UTEL aid station. I saw that our camera runner was stopped at the road crossing, so I don't know if we're going to have another person taking over to show us images from Jim at the aid station and see a little bit what's up there. That could be good. Right now we can only see him from the sky, from a distance. So I'm not sure if we're going to have close-up images to see Jim having a wee chat in French with people at the aid station, but also see what he's going to take on with him. Food, fuel, and also usually it's a pretty gauge of how the runners are feeling. Like you can see on your screen, it's 48 kilometers into the race, but the race is it's more than 100K. Exactly, it's 100. Let me see. I don't want to give you the wrong. Yeah, it's 115 and 4,800 meters of climb. So at 48K elapsed, he's still not at the halfway point. And there we go. Quick pit stop. And I think he's left with camera runner. Therefore, we should have images shortly of Jim leaving the aid station. And I don't know if this is a different camera runner who stopped at the road crossing, and in which case would most likely wait for another runner to come through. But I think there was some 10 minutes between Jim and Théo d'Etienne, so we might have a little bit of time until we see another runner coming into that aid station. And on those images of Utel and waiting for the rest of the front runners in the men's category for the 100K, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we will be back shortly after that, hopefully to catch a glimpse of Théo d'Etienne in second place and then the group of runners following just behind them. So stay with us.
The Ultra Trail de Mont-Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
I've had 4 attempts at getting to run UTMB. I mean, 4th place without a doubt feels unfulfilling. And failure is okay. The current fall is just one moment. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Putain, comme on a creusé l'écart.
There you go. I went through an aid station myself just to get a little bit of fuel into the engine to stay with you and not bonk until Corinne Malcolm joins me on this live coverage. And I had the opportunity as well to check what was going on in the other races, get up to date with the live chat, and it looks like everything is going well. Trevor Barnes, indeed, go UK girls, referring to the 100K women at the minute who are both from the UK. Although last time I had checked, it didn't quite translate into a proper update. So yeah, it seems like it has, and therefore it would seem really that Evie Moore has lost a whole lot of time on Elsie Davis. Because they used to be a couple minutes apart, and now there is 11 minutes between them two, and another 10 minutes back is Anja Kubbs from Germany, followed by Vera Bernardo, Vera who was in third and has lost one spot 3 minutes back, and then another minute behind is Marjo Liikanen from Finland. So it looks like Eleanor Davis has built up a little bit of a gap on Evie Moore, where I was possibly anticipating, seeing how Evie Moore was coming back strong on Elsie Davis, that possibly the two UK runners could share a few miles together, but no. Perhaps Elsie has been told that somebody was creeping up on her, and she just shifted another gear just to maintain that gap and increase it even more. Or is it maybe Evie Moore who wasn't feeling as comfortable as Elsie on the particular section of the course and lost some time? It'll be hard to tell, but so far these are the standings in the women's category for the 100K. And as we have still images of Jim after he's gone through the UTL aid station, and we're still waiting for the rest of the men's field to come through UTL, and they're still expected to be there in some 7 minutes or so. So the gap has irreparably widened even more, and would stand at some 18 minutes. And there he is, and you know, he's looking much better than what we saw from the air, ladies and gentlemen.
On fait du bruit, s'il vous plaît. Félicitations, Paul.
Paul Zunino rounds up the podium here in this 100-mile. He does look a little bit more weathered than his other two competitors, understandably. 23 hours and 13 minutes into the race. Looks like he was a battle all the way until the end. But yep, he can have the fist up in the air. Top 3 at the race by UTMB is no small feat, and he, in the process, punches his automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final next year at the end of August in Chamonix Mont-Blanc. Let's hear it from the finish line. Once again, looks like Victor is enjoying a coffee instead of giving us the sound.
Excellent, il avait déjà reconnu, vous l'avez reconnu dans sa complétité, si je peux parler du mauvais français.
Total. À part 2-3 petites minuscules portions, mais oui, 99%.
Alors il n'y avait pas trop de méchantes surprises, mais
I just need to talk about Victor and then I get the sound back. He got scared.
Méchante descente compliquée, et c'était mon premier 100 miles, et c'était très très dur.
J'imagine, là cette année vous avez déjà un troisième sur l'Ultra Trail corsicain, je pense, premier sur le Trail Invictoire. Alors là, ce podium, vous allez être content avec un podium sur le 100 miles.
Ah oui, moi je suis très content déjà d'être au bout, et en plus d'être sur le podium, je suis très content.
Excellent, eh bien Paul, on va vous laisser vous reposer, vous le méritez. S'il vous plaît, un énorme applause pour Paul Zunino de France. Merci bien Paul. Tiens, je prends.
Congratulazioni al terzo classificato Paul Zunino per la Francia. Abbiamo Francia, Belgio, Francia in questi primi 3 arrivi.
That was his first 100-mile race, and so when the speaker asked him, like, are you happy about this, or and how did you anticipate this race to go? He's like, well, to be honest, I'm just happy to be done, to have crossed the line and to have completed this 100-mile race. Now finishing in third is definitely the icing on the cake, and I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, it was really tough. So I mean, the body language wasn't lying. Like, he looked like he was quite tired, and luckily he was also given a chair to carry on this interview on the finish line. But once again, running up the podium in style. Another French runner, Paul Zunino. Followed Guillaume Denef from Belgium, who took second place, and Gwendal Moison from France, who won this 2023 edition of the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB 100 miles. Now back onto the 100K women's race. Elsie Davis in the lead, and on that brutal climb before that kind of traversing trail. So that looks like and that is brutal climb. So we did have Jim Walmsley in that section. I think we caught up with Jim just shortly after, as he was still using his poles, but nowhere near as steep of a gradient that we saw him progress about like half an hour ago or so. So I'm glad we're getting those images. It gives you and it gives us a better understanding of how technical, how challenging that course is for all these runners, and how indeed that course features 6,800 meters of climb over 115 Ks. And oh no, I thought we had another runner come through, but no, they're stopping there. Hang on a minute. Oh, no. Wait. Nah. I think I got confused by that runner wearing dark clothes coming into under the arch and to the station, but not refilling or anything. I mean, from this distance, looks like little ants, so it's actually hard to process what's going on or who's coming in. But for sure, Théo Détienne should be getting through that aid station. Oh, actually, they have. I did miss that as we were checking out the finish of Paul Zunino on the 100 miles. It's Philippe Colas who has moved up the field substantially, who clocked in second place, just a minute ahead of Théo Détienne. And Théo Détienne was another minute and a half ahead of Simon Gosselin, and Philippe Ausenhofer were another 10 seconds back. So Simon Gosselin and Philippe Ausenhofer are still running together.
France, Guillaume Denef de Belgique et Paul
And there we go.
de France, de pas loin.
The finish line photo of our top 3 male finisher in this Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB.
Qui est là aussi pour un joli petit photo souvenir.
They can be happy, they can be proud. It is such an achievement. Yeah, team, I just checked in because I was just very confused by that ranking of Philippe Colas. Philippe Colas must have dropped out of the race and then somehow gone to the aid station to, check out what's going on, and therefore would have gone through. But he is not in second place, and Théo Détienne is truly coming into second place at the UTL aid station. So some 13 minutes back, and then they're together. Simon Gosselin and Philippe Ausenhofer are just over a minute 30, 90 seconds back from Théo Détienne, so they possibly could catch a glimpse of him in those long sections. And then we're still waiting for Sylvain Camus and Thibaut Barognan and Zan Zepik to check in through that UTL aid station. But yeah, if like me you got a bit confused with Philippe Colas clocking in second place at the aid station, now this is definitely a mistake. Yeah. this is it, ladies and gentlemen. There is a move about to be made. I think this is Simon Gosselin with the blue t-shirt, who is creeping up very dangerously onto Théo d'Etienne, who's right ahead with the white top from Salomon. So Simon has now pushed the pace a little bit, closed the gap. What an exciting turn of events in the 100K men's following. So there we go. We got the information. It's third and fourth. So Simon Gosselin is actually not about to pass Théo d'Etienne. Simon must be with Philipp Hausenhofer. Coming out of UTL. It is a bit confusing. I apologize about that, because we're going from one race to the next, to the men's, to the women's. So yeah, we're moving a lot all over the show, so it can make it a little bit harder, a little bit more confusing to follow. And as soon as we lose reception as well, we're back to that finish line. So yeah, there's a lot going on. So we're just gonna try and keep it as hopefully as simple and understandable as possible. But please bear with us. We're doing our best. And in the meantime, while we have this finish line, let's check in with the 50K runners. And Andreas Rieder from Austria is still leading the 50K. And he's gone through Col de la Madone in 3 hours 16 elapsed. Hugo Deck in second position at Col de la Madone in 3:22 elapsed. So already another 6 minutes back, and then another 8 minutes back is Morten Antonsen from Norway, who's crept up into third place, passing Alvaro Gomez from Spain, who is another 7 minutes back. So the gaps now are getting somehow substantial between the runners, the male runners in the 50K. And in the meantime, in the women's, in Saint-Agnès, there was almost 5 minutes difference between Marine Quintard and Jessica Brazo, while Josefa Sedou was another 8 minutes back, and Laura Seskien was another 11 minutes back from third place. Now, on your screen, on your left is first place woman so far, Elsie Davis, coming from Great Britain, representing Team The North Face. And on the right-hand side is Simon Gosselin, who is, I believe, with Mr. Hausenhofer. They were running in third and fourth so far. And at first I got confused. I thought they were catching up on Théo d'Etienne, but probably not. May I say not quite yet. It's hard to tell. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Allez, Christophe!
Our fourth place finisher in the 100-mile race in the men's category.
Quatrième place, mesdames et messieurs, de fourth place.
Et Christophe, bien sûr, de France. Et c'est Christophe.
And there's indeed quite a lot of French runners in that finish line. Christophe Polasek finishing in 23, 26, 48.
Juste envie de savoir qu'est-ce qui s'est passé sur cette UTMB Nice Métropole Côte d'Azur.
Je regarde les classements. Ce matin, je me relève, je me jette sur les classements. Remaniement de cartes durant la nuit, là. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé pour toi durant cette nuit?
C'est bizarre. Les jambes sont revenues. J'ai eu un petit peu mal au ventre. Des petits soucis, mais sans gravité. Mais je sais pas, la nuit, ça fait du bien. Il y a un peu de fraîcheur. Et j'avais des très bonnes sensations à un moment donné. Et j'ai accéléré. Je pensais pas pouvoir réaliser cette performance. Donc
Tu t'es senti un petit peu stressé peut-être au départ de cette ultra en te disant bah voilà c'est qu'une deuxième édition, est-ce que je vais y trouver mes marques, est-ce que je vais y trouver les sentiers, comment je vais me sentir, peut-être un petit peu de stress et puis tout d'un coup bah, tu t'es retrouvé dans la course.
Bah, j'avais fait la première édition et je l'avais pris à la légère un petit peu et c'est hyper technique. Et donc cette année, bah, je me suis focalisé sur cette course et j'ai fait du travail de D-. Et là, ça marche hein, parce que faut encaisser les quadriceps, il faut qu'ils encaissent. J'ai vu des gars galérer.
Et c'est vrai qu'au début, quand on a tendance à venir courir, on se dit oh, la descente, je vais pas forcément la travailler, je vais travailler la montée, je vais travailler ma vitesse sur le plat, je vais pas forcément travailler la descente, alors que la descente, c'est là où tu vas faire toutes les contractures et où tu n'es pas forcément capable de repartir en courant derrière une descente.
Ouais, c'est essentiel. On prend exemple sur les champions. Hein. Mathieu Blanchard, il fait du travail comme ça, en téléphérique, en télécabine, il monte et il casse de la fibre, il descend. Et voilà, il faut en prendre. Faut prendre exemple sur ce genre d'entraînement, quoi. Ça marche.
Et puis toi, tu as vécu la première édition, une édition qui était assez dantesque en termes de météo. Et là, j'imagine que la météo a été hyper favorable pour aller chercher cette quatrième belle place.
Ouais, mais hâte de finir parce que là, il crève de chaud, quoi. Donc on est avantagé, quoi, à finir avant. Mais alors, tous ceux qui vont suivre après, là, chapeau bas, quoi.
Bon alors là, regarde, coupe le micro, mais non, je vais quand même le faire. Tu sais que tu es à une seule petite place d'avoir été invité sur l'UTMB l'an prochain. Mais voilà, c'est le jeu. T'aurais couru un UTMB, tu serais arrivé troisième, t'aurais été l'an prochain sur l'UTMB 2024 sur les finales?
Oui, ça vaut le coup, quand même. Je pense, ouais.
Ça sera un des objectifs peut-être un jour à acquérir. En tout cas, je pense que tu as largement le niveau pour venir la chercher. Christophe Polacek, mesdames et messieurs, je te laisse retrouver les tiens, tes cadeaux, bien sûr, finisher. Merci à toi.
There we go. The finish line interview of the fourth male runner in this 100-mile said that the legs really came back during the night. Had like slight GI issues, but it was not bad at all. So I actually managed to move through it and actually get it over with. And he said like the temperature really dropped during the night, which was really helpful for me. And so I was actually able to increase the pace. I was certainly not hoping for such a result because he ran last year. And he said he totally underestimated how technical and hard that course was. So he said I came back this year with that race being my season's goal. And so he said, like, the main thing I changed is that I increased substantially the amount of work that I've did in descending and the volume of elevation loss that I was putting into my training, plus running on technical. And he said that made a huge difference because he said, like, in the descent, that's where he really struggled last year. And so he said, like, the work he has done this year really, he could feel made a difference and allowed him to make it all the way to the finish line. But he said he was really happy to actually be finished because he said the temperatures now are getting pretty hot. And he says, like, really hats off to all the next competitors who will finish and now in temperatures that are pretty hot already. He said he really felt hot by the end, and he said it's just going to get worse and worse and hotter during the day. So he said, like, this is going to be way harder for the people still out there. So that's it. And on the images of our first male and female athletes in 100K, we're going to have a quick commercial break, and we will be back shortly to keep this live coverage. Stay with us.
Yeah, you better.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
So there we go. We've got Elsie Davis leading the 100K on her way down to the UTL station. And she's opened a substantial gap again on the other UK female runner Evie Moore, who had gotten very close, some couple of minutes behind, before dropping back some 11 minutes back at the Grange de Brasque, and they're expecting to be a little bit further apart in the UTL aid station. Another 6 minutes, let's say, for Elsie Davis before hitting the aid station of UTL. And Evie Moore is expected to get there another 40 minutes back. So that seems to be quite a big gap.
La quiche du boulanger. Une demi-quiche niçoise faite maison.
So there we go. On the left side of your screen, the first woman. It's not the third and fourth men. And on the right-hand side of your screen is the first man. Jim Walmsley still leading and seemingly increasing his lead more and more on the rest of the field. Through UTL, we still had kind of the same group, apart from Thibaut Barognan, who had dropped a little bit from there and was running with Sylvain Camus, and then Zanzepik was another 2 minutes back. But technically, at the UTL station, 48 Ks into the race, we had Jim Walmsley in 4:57, and then 5:10 was Theo Detienne, 5:11:51 was Simon Gosselin, Philippe Hausserhofer was in 5:12:01. Thibaut Barognan 5:18, so some 6 minutes back, and then 5:18:13, 5:18:15, so really running side by side with Sylvain Camus. And Zanzepik was another let's say minute, 2 minutes back, 1:50. And we have the chasing group here. Still Simon Gosselin and Philippe Hausserhofer. And so in between, we're going in between Jim Walmsley in the lead and those two gentlemen. And so Theo Detienne is kind of sandwiched between those two runners, those two groups. Our leader, Jim Walmsley, And the chasing group, Simon Gosselin and Philippe Haushofer, running together to try and creep up on Théo Détienne. But it looks like the chase is almost over, considering how quickly Jim Walmsley has now pulled away, with already 13 minutes on Théo Détienne, and with no sign of slowing down. And here on your images, Elsie Davis on her way down to Utel. So we had those exact same images. Ah, there we go. The weather is getting hot, so Jim is making good use of that little water feature. Smart move here from the American.
Pas de soucis, mais nous on n'est pas au courant aussi, en fait, on sait pas. C'est pour ça qu'on cherche à...
So I think there is a bit of a mistake here on the screen from a distance perspective, because I still see the city, like the little village of Utel. So that's where I'm a bit confused, because Utel is 49 k's into the race, and Eller Denton-Davis has yet to come, because we saw the aerial shot of Eleanor coming down into Utel, and then Utel being in the background down below. So Eleanor is not at the 53k mark, but more like probably a couple of k's away at 46k, let's say, even though the trails look really similar with where Jim is running right now.
On arrive bientôt tout en bas derrière nous à la régie. On vient de passer un petit village.
Oh là là. Quick move here, but again, Jim is moving smoothly, and indeed we can be envious of his stride. It's just smooth, as bouncy as it gets. Looks relaxed, looks in control. And yes, those are 100-mile runners giving way to our 100k men's leader, coming in hot. And so these are the gradients for the next kilometers. And so after a quick downhill, it's going to be back in the uphill. So yeah, Elsie Davis, probably a K or so away from the Utelet station, and finishing probably her flasks. It's not quite as smooth as we've seen, for example, Jim, and it looks like there's a a bit more impact, although I mean it's easy for me to say because she's hitting here a pretty steep section of the trail, and as she's transitioning into a much smoother section, and there we go, back into good stride. But still, I feel like there's a bit different, a bit more braking on Elsie Davis's side. And the chasing group still in third and fourth, Simon Gosselin and Philippe Auserhofer. Philippe leading the charge. And I believe if we haven't missed anyone, this is our 5th place finisher in the men's for the 100-mile Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. And celebrating that moment with his son. All smiles as it's indeed getting hot. So I'm glad we're catching those glimpse of those runners finishing that 100 miles. If you're following at home, you then can get a little bit of an idea of when they cross the line. And now our camera runner had decided to go ahead and open the way for Elsie Davis to make her way into the UTL station. And I don't know if this is me being familiar with seeing Katie Scheid a lot, but almost reminds me of her, the way she descends. And obviously sharing the same North Face kit. When I look at Elsie right now running, I could have been mistaking her for Katie had Katie been running. Katie, who's, if she's listening, hello. After all, that 100-mile started on their home turf now in the Mercantour. And there we go. Getting very, very close to the UTL station. And actually, perhaps there is no reception in the village, which would explain why those camera runners actually they stop at the road, and then we take over with the drone shot, the aerial view. Because we haven't had images. See, they're stopping there, the camera runners. So it might be why. Maybe in the village there's no reception, and so we never had images of the runners going through the aid station. And so that's my assumption. And then Philippe Auserhofer, the flying flip on his Instagram profile. Always a very positive runner, always smiling. Personally, I'm a fan. And Simon Gosselin, just they're both sending it. Like previously, we saw in a switchback, Simon like sliding a little bit dangerously close to the edge. These two are surely not letting go of the gas pedal to try and possibly close the gap on second place Théo Détienne. Now we do have a pretty good zoom. So it looks like there's some, what I'm guessing would be sunscreen being applied on the legs. UK runners are a bit more sensitive to the sun, or a little bit less used, whichever way you wanna call it. So important part of the plan. And there she is. Good transition. Not too quick, but once again, at this location of the race, just before the halfway point already. Whoa, that's another time that we're catching Simon Gosselin taking a bit of a twist, a bit of a slide. So far, no consequence, but gotta keep the eyes peeled and stay focused on the ground, because it's 6 hours elapsed, so a lot can happen after such duration. And so we do have now Elsa Davis gone through the UTLA station, and actually, according to Live Trail, should be another 30 minutes until we could see Evie Moore getting into that aid station. So if that is the case, then that is now a really substantial safety blanket that she has on second place, and Elsa Davis, as I was saying this morning, should be able to run relatively comfortably into the finish line to secure that first place that will qualify her both, once again, into the UTMB World Series final of the corresponding distance, so the CCC, as well as score one of the 2 golden tickets for next year's Western States. And I feel like, I don't know if this is just me, but you guys can let me know on the chat. I feel like Simon Gosselin is a bit wobbly and not as secured on on those kind of loose rocks and that kind of slightly technical trail on the downhill trend. And I don't know, maybe he's got we say this in French, like foamy ankles that could, twist and turn and with no consequences. But yeah, there's been a few occurrences of him being thrown around a little bit by the trail, and I guess like when he's looking at his watch right now, so he's taking advantage of a smoother section to take his eyes off the trail. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't translate into a bigger issue. But I gotta say, these two guys are pushing right now. They really are, and taking advantage of every section. And Philippe Ausenhofer right on the front is pushing the pace on the flat, and Simon Gosselin has to respond to stay at reach, and there we go. There's a difference here. Simon Gosselin has not seen the water, nearly overshot the... Ooh, and that was Théo Détienne, ladies and gentlemen. They have caught up with Théo, so Théo was the one stopped at the fontaine. And look at this. Théo's going to make a bit of a statement and take back the second place from Simon Gosselin. So the difference between those two gentlemen is that Théo Détienne would have stopped, possibly refilled, poured water over himself as the temperatures have risen. So these two are now in second and third. And then we saw Philipp Ausenhofer stop exactly where we saw Jim stop before, and then where Théo Détienne was stopping. So he probably would have lost some 20 to 30 seconds. So he's going to have to make an effort to close the gap and stay with these gentlemen. But the difference between Théo Détienne, Philipp Ausenhofer and Simon Gosselin is that Simon is now dry. He has not stopped at that fontaine, has not put water over himself, and therefore he could possibly pay the price for it, because you know, when the temperatures are high like this, you want to look after yourself, and it's worth taking like 20 seconds or so. Oh, and he's responding. Simon Gosselin is responding, and he says like, man, you're not going fast enough for me, and maybe I want to pull away and open a bigger gap on Philipp Ausenhofer. Now he has stopped. I want to take advantage of that. But oh, the battle is on between those gentlemen, and Simon Gosselin is definitely gunning for it. And I think it's probably a good thing for Théo Détienne. Théo Détienne just lets him lead the pace, find the course. It's going to be a much easier effort to just have to follow. But once again, making sure that he doesn't get, like, quote unquote, fall asleep behind Simon. If all of a sudden Théo feels like the pace is not fast enough, Théo's going to have to pass. Because as I was telling you earlier today, before the start of the race, Théo Détienne has wheels on flat, but he also is a very strong runner on technical, and if his legs aren't shut, then he will definitely be capable of keeping up with Simon Gosselin, and possibly also respond and be like, maybe this is not going fast enough for me. However, if these two guys start like fighting hard, they're gonna blow quite a few matches, and this may not be the best strategy, because it's still only 6 hours into the race, so they're at best just past halfway in terms of distance. Last year the race was won in 12:37, so obviously the weather conditions were much worse and the field not as deep, but we can expect these guys to go like, yes, like around 12, sub 12 would definitely be doable, but therefore it means that these gentlemen are actually just about halfway. So once again, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, and we'll see later on, but let's not forget, let's remember about that move from Simon Gosselin on Philipp Ausenhofer, and taking advantage of reeling in Théo Détienne, simply because it chose not to stop at this little water feature where we saw first Jim Walmsley stopped there, then Théo Détienne stopped there, and then Philipp Ausenhofer stopped there. So they did stop there for a good reason. They look after themselves, and then Simon Gosselin didn't. So is he going to pay the price later on for having skipped that fontaine? This is what we're going to see, and this is what we should keep an eye on. But right now, these guys are, like, if you excuse me the expression, they're hauling ass on that descent, and I would even say that they were probably running faster than Jim on that very section. So they are not messing around. Is it going to be too fast? We shall see, because once again, we're only halfway through that 100K.
C'est là. Allez les gars. Allez, je prends le 4. Bon.
And Philipp Ausenhofer is running in fourth, but see, he's made the effort, and he's now closing the gap on Simon Gosselin and Théo Détienne. So the three of them very soon are going to be running all together. And so seeing how Simon Gosselin and Théo Détienne were, how fast they were running, it means that Philippe Ausenhofer really had to make a hard effort to close that gap. And once again, now the top runners, Jim Walmsley, Théo Détienne, and Philippe Ausenhofer have stopped and have poured water all over themselves at the fontaine. But Simon Gosselin did not. It looks also as that Théo Détienne knows the course perfectly, because as they are still going down, he's already taken his poles out, because he knows that after they cross the bridge, they're gonna be running uphill, and so it's awesome to see the kind of advantage that having course knowledge offers, because all of a sudden he's already has his poles out and he is ready to push the pace on that uphill and possibly pass Simon Gosselin. What an exciting just a few minutes that we just lived right here in the live. That is the beauty of the live coverage, is that every once in a while there's a whole lot going on, and we always are at the heart of the action here on this 100K with now back with Elsie Davis in the first place from the UK. And still, I think in the live ranking, I'm going to check that right away. Yeah, still no sign of Evie Moore, who'd be sitting currently in second position in the 100K, but still expected another 20 minutes, in another 20 minutes at the UTL aid station, meaning she would be half an hour back from Elsie Davis. And there we go. On these images of Elsie Davis still moving extremely well here past the UTL aid station, and now making her way down onto the bottom valley floor where we saw the men's earlier battling it out. We'll have a quick commercial break and we'll be back with you shortly for the rest of the day. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Yes, quick aerial shots here. We had a bit of a briefing quickly in the studios to see what was the plan for the next half hour, and we will see. We will follow Eleanor Davis leading the 100K all the way until that section where we saw our gentlemen Théo Détienne, Simon Gosselin, and Philippe Auserhofer battling it out. And then we will have a quick break, and that's going to be almost perfect timing for the lunch break because we also do need to eat. But before we jump back into what looks like it's going to be a replay of the start of the 100-mile that took place yesterday, I'm going to give you an update on that 100-mile. And actually, we see now more runners streaming into that finish line, and they are actually together. Finishing together, claiming 6th and 7th place, Jérôme Fernandez and Kevin Michaud. Very often those runners finish together. They have covered a whole lot of miles together. And receiving their glass for, well, you can choose. Could be recovery drink, it could be a beer, it could be, seeing the size of the glass, a piscine of Ricard, as we call it, and that would be appropriate for the south of France. And there you go, saying thank you to the crowds. What a day, 24 hours, spent out in the mountains. Hard to fathom that this is exactly where they started up high. That is at the 17 kilometers aid station up on the refuge. And you have your top 5 runners in the men's category for this 100-mile Gwendan Moison. Guillaume Deneuve from Belgium, followed by another 3 French runners, Paul Zunino, Christophe Polacek, and Clément Chrétien. And in the women's, we still have Laura Van Voren from Belgium in the lead, followed 20 minutes behind by Yuri Yoshizumi, still holding on to that second place. And she would be another 20 minutes ahead of Ildiko Vermescher from Germany, who has not gone through the Tourette Levens aid station. So we have yet to see her come through. But in the meantime, we're back with Elsie Davis leading the 100K and still charging, still moving really, really well, Elsie. And so she's just gonna make Evie's job even harder to try and close the gap. So now Evie's gonna have to hold on to second place to score that golden ticket, if this is truly why she was in this race. Golden ticket meaning a direct entry into next year's Western States 100-mile endurance run that will take place at the end of June. Yeah, I was catching up with the live chat, and yeah, the dropbacks. It really depends on the race. They are definitely more popular over the longer distances. You do sometimes find them on the 50K ones, maybe at halfway, but they truly start on the 100K distance for the runners who would not have a crew that can come and be with them at some of the aid station to provide them with whatever they need. For example, during UTMB, there's 2 places, 2 live bases. Like when I'm talking to UTMB, it's like UTMB Mont-Blanc, the final of the UTMB World Series. There's 2 live bases where you can have a drop bag, and this is Courmayeur and Champellac. Unless I'm wrong, and then you can correct me. And yeah, I agree 100%. There are different packs that are built by different brands, and depending on how the runners has fitted them, have filled them up with the mandatory equipment, like that pack indeed is just sticking to her bag. There's no bouncing, no like moving around. So that's like making one with the runner, and usually prevents from a lot of energy being wasted. Try to maintain the pack in good position. So that is definitely a good indicator here of a quality pack. But then sometimes those runners have specially designed packs. So whether this is available in the shops to the public is another question. And indeed avoid chafing. Although with the pack, if you're wearing a t-shirt, you're usually pretty safe. It's more like when you want to race in a race singlet and then wear a pack on top of it, then you could have some pretty bad chafing. But then in ultras, it's not uncommon to have like runners put tapes over the collarbone and over the shoulders, just to add another layer of hard protection from possible chafage from the pack. But yeah, you're right. When it doesn't move, the chances of chafing are much slimmer indeed, and it's a big deal. Okay, so a little bit of an update at Col de la Madone for the women's in the 50K, which is the 62 kilometers, but this is 50K category. Marine Quintard from France is still in the lead with 3 hours 54-57 elapsed. And then at 4:02 is Jessica Brazo from the USA at 4:02:13. So that is some 7 minutes back. So she's fallen back a little bit, but just not that much. And then another 8 minutes back is Josefa Sedou, who has made her way onto the podium. Temporary podium so far. Josefa Sedou from Switzerland, who broke through the UTMB World Series scene last year at the Wildstrubel by UTMB 50K, where she had already finished on the podium. And here, who do we get? It might be Evie Moore from the UK, who would be in second place in the 100K.
Dodo, c'est emblématique de l'île. le dodo.
And then just to give you a complete understanding of the 50K race, after we talked about the female, like back to the male runners, and they have gone through the Col de Guerre top 3, Andreas Rieder in 2:08, then 2:18, so now he's got a 10 minutes gap on second place. Hugo Deck, the young French runner who last year took the win in the 100 mile. And Morten Antonsen from Norway has pointed in the third position, another 9 minutes back from Hugo Deck, and therefore 19 minutes back from the lead Andreas Rieder. So judging by the images that we had, like the very glimpse that we could catch from Evie Moore from Great Britain, she was on her way down to the UTL station, but still not there yet, probably another 5 minutes until she gets there. So she's going to get there later than the anticipated time by Live Trail, meaning that she's probably going to be closer to 35 minutes back from Elsie Davis. And meaning that as we had anticipated, seeing how strong Else is moving right now, both on the ups and then flowing on the down, she is increasing even more her lead onto second place, her compatriot Evie Moore from Great Britain. Oh, and I think it is. We have set the bar pretty high when we have reached a certain level of discussion in the chat when we start talking about nipple chafing. Love it. This is a true ultra runner talk. And yeah, I mean, when you wear a vest, you can avoid that. But to me, it's never guaranteed, and considering the damage that it could do, there's no better way to take like medical tape, not the sports tape, just the normal non-stretchy medical tape, and it doesn't need to be much bigger than a thumbnail in terms of surface area, and you just like stick it upon your nipples, and then that's the guarantee that they're gonna be safe and sound, and they're gonna stay there the whole time, even when you shower afterwards. And I haven't found a better way in some 20 years of running than those little pieces of tape, and I actually carry those little tapes everywhere with me because they are just lifesavers.
Merci, allez, courage.
And there we go. Our third woman in the 100K, meaning that she is closing in. And this is Josefa. I can recognize her purple top from Switzerland. Josefa Sedou, which would mean, yeah, that she is now probably some... Wait, no, Josefa Sedou. That's very confusing right now. I think it was not the third woman because Josefa Sedou is not even in 100K, so now I got really confused. This is still in the 100K, and this is still the second woman, Evie Moore. Yeah, with all these races going on, I got a little bit confused, but because Josefa Sedou is in third place, but of the 50K distance, being the 62 kilometers precisely, and she's some 8 minutes back from Jessica Brazo from the US at Col de la Madone, and 16 minutes back from the lead, Marine Quintard, who's been so far leading from wire to wire all the way until now, with at the checkpoint time some almost 4 hours elapsed. And there we go, coming into the Utility station. She is getting there, Evie Moore. Probably another couple of minutes. She is into town, and so we'll keep the, yeah, there you go, there's the road crossing, and so we'll keep the aerial shot to see her go through the aid station. She's probably going to have crew there, and so we'll be able to compare what she does with our eye from the sky at the aid station, and also how long she's going to spend there compared to Elsie Davis, who went through some 35 minutes ago. And I think the time we have from Elsie Davis is actually coming out of the aid station. It's pretty incredible, the images that we can have from the sky. It looks like a police chase from the FBI, and we have a drone visual of what's going on. Evie Moore getting into the aid station and being cheered on by all the public. And there it is. So hopefully someone will be there. Nope, doesn't look like she has crew. Or does she? And they just chose a different location on that aid station. Yeah, no, it looks like she's on her own. So she's picking up what looks like fruits. Oh, I mean, watermelon is the bomb. Especially with that kind of weather. It's like nice and sweet, but not too sweet. It's fresh, it's juicy. Woo! Everything you can dream of in such weather conditions. And getting precious support from the volunteers at the aid station. They're here to help and assist the runners. There you go, another piece of watermelon for the road. And that's what we were talking about with going deeper into the aid station, probably to try and pick up something different. But yeah, that's what we're talking about with Karen. Like, you don't want to spend more time at the aid station than you need to. And if you're going to be munching on fruit or stuff like that, just pick it up, take it with you, and just walk out, because a 20-minute mile is always faster than a 0-minute mile. Not moving. 0-minute mile does not mean anything. But you get the idea. You get what I'm trying to say. So our drone pilot is trying to find where Evie's been disappearing. And so she, by now, has spent much more time than Elsa Davis at the aid station, if she hasn't left yet. Actually, we can check right there. There she is, still. I'm trying to look on the rankings, and so she should pop into there. And Marjo Liikanen also has dropped into the Utelet station, it seems, and therefore those two women, I mean, if this is not a... No, that can't be a mistake. Marjo Liikanen was right behind. So if that is the case, she is catching up. And we will be in for a battle for second in the women's 100K. Well, so then there is definitely a delay between what we're seeing and what's happening, because it was not 20 minutes ago. 6:07 elapsed. Yeah, there's not that much time between Evie Moore when she was at the aid station and Marjo Liikanen, so that's a bit confusing here. What's happening? She said that she went through Utel at 12:22 and we're 12:42 local time, so it would mean that she's gone through 20 minutes ago and we are only seeing the images now. So this might have been a little cheeky replay, or it is a problem coming from the actual live trail ranking. And also, I am pretty sure that Julien Thomas does not belong to the ranking here in the top 5, and it was Jim Walmsley, Simon Gosselin, Théo Detienne, Philippe Auserhofer in the top 4, and then Julien Thomas must have been, and as you can see very well on the UTMB index, 618. He has no business in that ranking, so that's just another mistake. But for now, we might actually be leaving you for a quick hour because we're losing images of all the runners, and so we just wanted to give you those shots of those runners coming into Utel as Elsie Davis was making her way in the lead. And then we will be back shortly to finish covering the rest of the 100 miles with the women, the 100K, and we'll be back for the later stages of the 50K men's and women's. So we have a quick break, probably around an hour, and then we'll be back for the second part of this live coverage. Thanks for tuning in, and see you very soon.
Dacia, partenaire principal officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Je suis avec lui normalement.
Fais gaffe que la ceinture soit bien fermée.
Super. The right.
À droite et tu vas tout droit.
Here? Here.
Bravo.
Right. "20 minutes lead."
This was,
What?
this was the 6th position from.
Yeah.
This is the 6th.
and encourage our riders as they come over the line. We'll keep you aware of who's coming in, but roughly 20 minutes before Arnaud Pou.
And there we go. Welcome back to this live coverage. We had a bit of a break to kind of restructure, regroup,